Lev Nikolai Tolstoy. You lion, you child. The wrath of your thought flames, loving and forgiving you are the proclamation and the evocation of anarchy resurrected, and ethics are your foundation. Shepherd of feelings and ideas, you are both vision and expression. It cannot be. And it isn't. Translated by Alan Antliff and Nina Gurianova. The paradoxical twist in the last line, which alludes to the declarative ending of a short story by Tolstoy, Notes of a Madman, in which the protagonist lives in terror of his own mortality, shows up the corrosive interplay between Tolstoy's ethical authoritarianism and his anarchism, which also figures in his theory of art. Tolstoy's definitive statement, What is Art? 1898, critiques art's role in the service of power and dismisses rarefied aesthetic and critical practices as cultural elitism. The best art, he argues, sweeps away any barriers between it and the masses, transmitting, without any superfluities, the feeling which the artist has experienced and wishes to transmit. What is Art? 197. This sets the stage for the propagation of Tolstoyan values in the society to come. Art of the future, writes Tolstoy, chosen from among all the art diffused among mankind, will consist, not in transmitting feelings accessible only to members of the rich classes, as is the case today, but in 5. Transmitting such feelings as embody the highest religious perception of our times. Artistic diversity is subsumed into a self-serving tautology. Only those productions will be considered art which transmit feelings drawing men together in brotherly union, or such universal feelings as can unite all men. 192. Guided by the kingdom of God within, the great masses of people would relegate bad, harmful work to the dustbin, while the production of elitist art, bereft of the hierarchical social infrastructures that once sustained it, would fade of its own accord. 192 to 193. Is this artistic anarchism? It cannot be, but it was, at least for Tolstoy. As for the photograph, according to information provided by the University of Leeds Russian archive, the lady is Elena Sergeyevna Denisenko, 1863 to 1942, the illegitimate daughter of Tolstoy's daughter, Maria. Maria later became a nun and Elena was adopted by her brother, and Tolstoy's son, Sergei. The children are Anasim, 1894 to 1918, and Tatiana, 1897. Denisenko. The place is near the Tree of the Poor at Yasnaya Polyana. The date is probably late May 1901. This year is the 100th anniversary of Leo Tolstoy's death, and the journal is marking the occasion with two short appreciations, by Alexander Christoyanopoulos and Terry Hopton. Alan Antliff's art editorial is also devoted to Tolstoy. Tolstoy's anarchism is still controversial. In part the explanation lies in the designation of his anarchism as Christian. Because of the association of Christianity with the Church, the conjunction seemingly ties anarchism to a history of political reaction, repression, and oppression. Yet Tolstoy's Christianity was unorthodox and shaped by biting criticism of church authority, a point brought out by Alex Christoyanopoulos. And although, as Kropotkin noted, critics were always eager to assert this link to the church in order to discredit his politics, his religion was not designed to fit any particular belief system. This, at least, was Kropotkin's view. In a letter originally published just after Tolstoy's death, Kropotkin responded to the charge that his final retirement to a monastery had indicated a return to the embrace of the Russian Synod. Tolstoy's commitment, he argued, was to the working out of a universal rationalist religion, divested of all the mystical elements of modern Christianity, a religion which, he says, would be equally acceptable to the Christian, the Buddhist, the Hebrew, the Muslim, the follower of Lao Tzu, and also to the freethinkers and to every ethical philosopher. The Times, November 15, 1991. The controversy about Tolstoy also stems from his understanding of nonviolence, the subject of Terry Hopton's essay. Tolstoy is excluded from the broad anarchist tradition importantly analyzed in Black Flame by Michael Schmidt and Lucien van der Walt because his rejection of the state is said to have been informed by a brand of introspective mysticism. 1. Tolstoy, they argue, rejected direct action in favor of contemplation, and, in contrast to anarchist pacifists, he withdrew from all forms of resistance, even peaceful coercion. Tolstoy's work, particularly his position on non-intervention to protect third parties from abuse, is certainly challenging. His standards of godliness appear to make impossibly high demands on ordinary humans, requiring individuals to show enormous moral courage. And some of his short stories, Prayer, for example, point to an accommodation with hardship and tragedy which is difficult to bear. His letter to a non-commissioned officer includes the following reflection. The people are oppressed, robbed, poor, ignorant, dying of hunger. Why? Because the land is in the hands of the rich, the people are enslaved in mills and in factories, obliged to earn money because taxes are demanded from them, and the price of their labor is diminished, while the price of things they need is increased. How are they to escape? By taking the land from the rich? But if this is done, soldiers will come and will kill the rebels or put them in prison. Take the mills and factories. The same will happen. Organize and support a strike. But it is sure to fail. The rich will hold out longer than the workers, and the armies are always on the side of the capitalists. The people will never extricate themselves from the want while they are kept, as long as the army is in the hands of the governing classes. Letters on War, London, Free Age Press, ND, p. 33. Nevertheless, if Tolstoy's response to oppression was in a sense introspective, it did not imply a refusal to resist, only a different understanding of what resistance entailed. His view was that individuals should resist hypnosis and fraud, behaviors fostered by and enforced in the state, and in which the church was complicit, and he found the answer to these behaviors in the ability to overcome fear of disobedience. One of his most resounding and consistent calls was for individuals to resist military service, not just because the army encouraged the most obvious cruelties, but more importantly because acceptance perfectly illustrated the bewitching power of the state's oppressive practices. Refusing to serve signaled a rejection of the economic and social purposes that the military was organized to meet, purposes that Tolstoy believed made every non-resistor morally participant in violence. Undoubtedly, the rigorously rationalist and ethical dimension of Tolstoy's anarchism is likely to trouble some modern anarchists. His treatment of the avant-garde in What is Art? Might alienate others. On the other hand, the habit of some early 20th century activists to read Tolstoy as a companion to Stirner and to find in both an appeal to self-transformation will only confirm the suspicions of critics like Schmidt and van der Walt. What all these concerns and criticisms highlight, however, is the rich suggestiveness of Tolstoy's work. Not surprising, then, that in the 100 years since his death, the value of his contribution to anarchist thought and practice has been recognized by a number of important anarchists, Daniel Guerin, for example, as well as Kropotkin. And his influence on significant parts of the anarchist movement has been and remains profound. It is fitting, therefore, to mark this centenary. The other articles and essays collected in this issue range over broad territory. Alex Pritchard's essay focuses on Proudhon, to whom Tolstoy, as Terry Hopton indicates, was indebted. He argues that anarchist concerns about the operation of the state in the domestic sphere have wrongly diverted attention from the international realm, and he calls for the development of an approach which factors both levels of state behavior, and the relationship between the two, into anarchist analysis. In an essay which also touches on Tolstoy, Caroline Hamilton explores turn-of-the-century debates about anarchy and order, and the creative relationship between science, art, and destruction, violence and expression, through an examination of the fictional writings of Henry Adams and André Belly. Jason Lindsay discusses contemporary liberal theories of functional representation. Notwithstanding the neglect of anarchist work in this area, he argues that the apparently anarchistic turn of some liberal theory is to be welcomed. Christian Williams' essay on Oscar Wilde's aphorisms and Mother Earth raises questions about the inherently subversive quality of paradox. The next issue promises a similarly rich diversity of ideas, with articles on Kropotkin's theory of mutual aid and the DIY politics of crime ethic. Scheduled for publication. A reminder that the following issue, for autumn 2011, is being planned as a special issue to celebrate the life of Colin Ward. If you want to contribute to this issue, please contact Carl Levy at c.levy@gold.ac.uk. Bethink yourselves or you will perish. Leo Tolstoy's voice a centenary after his death. Alexander Christoyanopoulos. When Leo Tolstoy died in November 1910, he was just as famous for his radical political and religious writings as he was for his fictional literature. Yet during the 100 years that have passed since, his Christian anarchist voice has been drowned by the sort of historical forces he had always been so eager to make sense of. Today, only few of even those acquainted with his literature know much about his unusual and radical religious and political writings, other perhaps than that they were unusual, radical, religious, and political. What he has to say to Christians, to anarchists, and indeed to the wider public, however, is just as urgent today as it was at the time of writing. In this testimonial to mark the centenary of his death, therefore, I wish to first provide a brief story of what happened to Tolstoy's voice, and then to hint at the importance of the sort of contributions he can make to a number of vital challenges facing us today. 1. Tolstoy's drowning voice since 1910. Following a very long and tormenting existential crisis, Tolstoy came to the conclusion, while reading the Gospels, that violence, for a number of reasons, cannot but be evil, that the only way to prevent such evil is never to use violence ourselves, and that therefore all the institutions that use or endorse violence have to be exposed as evil and have to be rendered obsolete. He obviously derived a number of further implications from this core of his new social vision, which, though too complex to be examined here, one caused him to spend the last 30 years of his life tirelessly articulating his view and trying to convince the wider public of its rationale. Tolstoy addressed his Christian anarchist message to many sections of society, often through letters and essays, but also through books, plays and novels. His epistolary appeal to the Tsar fell on deaf ears. 2. His open appeal to the clergy eventually led to excommunication. 3. And his various appeals to social reformers and revolutionaries were received as utopian distractions from more pressing concerns. 4. In the wider Russian, European and global public, however, many were inspired by his cause and admired his dedication to it. He received countless letters and visits, and carefully answered all the queries sent to him about his teaching. 5. Some admirers went on to set up Tolstoyan communes across Europe and beyond, others made up their mind to become conscientious objectors, and many agreed with Tolstoy's penetrating verbal demolition of the Russian order. 6. His voice, however, would not be heard for long, for a number of reasons. With the Great War and the Bolshevik Revolution, 2 colossal outbursts of violence Tolstoy had been so anxious for humanity to avoid, the world and especially Russia became engulfed in such turmoil that his voice was drowned by the louder and more numerous ones calling for violence, war, and revolution. Patriotism, universal military conscription, stupefying church-state rituals and dogma, along with the coercive force of the state apparatus, all phenomena which Tolstoy had spent decades denouncing, each contributed to shifting the focus away from his radical vision to the seemingly more urgent matters for which violent resistance was surely necessary. Aside from the overwhelming effect of this broader political turmoil, there were also very deliberate efforts to mute Tolstoy's voice and followers. In Stalin's Russia, Tolstoy was depicted as a brilliant illustrator of the Russian peasantry and aristocracy, but one whose late political writings could be swept aside as the mad ramblings of a foolish eccentric. His followers were increasingly persecuted, sent to prison, exiled to Siberia or simply exterminated. 7. Meanwhile the rest of Europe was busy with a huge economic crisis, clashing ideologies, and mounting nationalist passions and military tensions that reached their climax in 1939. The ensuing Cold War framed post-war ideological options in a money-chain binary that neatly kept views like Tolstoy's safely at bay. In other words, Tolstoy's voice would always struggle to be heard in the 20th century. Yet Tolstoy's message was not completely lost. Mohandas Gandhi picked up an essential part of it. 8. Gandhi was no anarchist, but he admired and was directly inspired by Tolstoy's condemnation and strict rejection of violence. In so doing, he demonstrated one of the most potent aspects of Tolstoy's Christian anarchism, its universal or not specifically Christian appeal. That is, although Tolstoy's Christian anarchism was nominally Christian because it was from Jesus that it drew its rejection of violence and, hence, the state, Jesus for Tolstoy was not a divine but simply a rational teacher. Tolstoy believed that what he preached was not particularly Christian but reasonable, and thus intelligible to all. In short, he took Jesus' teaching on love and violence out of its Christian casing and couched it in the universal language of reason, where non-Christians, like Gandhi, could also hear it. 9. When anarchism and pacifism enjoyed a revival in the 1960s, more people rediscovered Tolstoy and drew inspiration from him. Christian anarchist and other radical leftist Christian ideas inspired a few to set up movements and communities, and to participate in anti-war demonstrations and nonviolent direct action. 10. But, generally speaking, Tolstoy's ideas were not studied in systematic detail. Even in liberation theology, one struggles to find much engagement with Christian anarchist thought. Tolstoy had been largely ignored during his lifetime, and the political events that unfolded after his death, along with direct persecution, drowned his voice even further. No surprise, then, that despite Tolstoy's enduring fame as a novelist, his political views remain understudied, and his writings do not feature on relevant reading lists, despite their continued urgency and relevance. 2. The continuing urgency of Tolstoy's Christian anarchism. Details of Tolstoy's radical political thought have been expounded in previous issues of this journal. 11. A centenary after his death, though, it might be worth recalling why his writings should be studied by Christians and anarchists, as well as by the wider human community. One could argue that Tolstoy was not really a Christian. He did not go to church, did not believe in key church dogmas, and did not see Jesus as anything more than a rational but normal human being. Yet in stubbornly refusing to turn the spotlight away from what is after all a central aspect of Jesus' teaching and example, he challenged self-proclaimed Christians to examine the content of their professed faith. Highlighting their frequent failure to follow the radical political side of Jesus' teaching, Tolstoy accused Christians of the same hypocrisy that Jesus condemned in religious groups of his own time. For Tolstoy, only if they embraced Jesus' anarchism could Christians portray themselves as the shining example of the sort of community or church that Jesus had called his followers to. In short, with his detailed and moving exegesis of the Gospels, Tolstoy confronted Christians with a choice, and that is as relevant today as it was in his own lifetime. 12. Tolstoy also offers a critique of institutionalist Christianity that has lost little relevance a century on. It may be that people are less religious than they were in the late 19th century, but the religious institutions he was denouncing live on, as do their unhealthy ties to the state. That distrust of institutional religion is wider today only lends credence to Tolstoy's critique, and his bitter anti-clericalism might appease secular anarchists' unease at the Christian epithet to Tolstoy's anarchism. Either way, Tolstoy's numerous complaints about institutionalist churches are just as good a read today as they must have been then. 13. Turning to Tolstoy's message to the anarchist movement, again, little of what he wrote is less pertinent today than a century back. Once he was better informed about anarchism, Tolstoy was happy to declare that he agreed with anarchism on just about everything, except, of course, violence. 14. For Tolstoy, violence is simply always wrong, hurtful, counterproductive, deluded. A good end never justifies violent means, because means take over and obscure the ends. Foregoing violence is certainly not easy. It requires courage, and indeed hope that it can work, but for Tolstoy it is the only way to succeed in building an alternative society. This pacifist position is of course shared by many in the anarchist movement too, and can also be foundational to their rejection of the state, but many anarchists still counsel violence, however reluctantly, as a necessary method to further their revolutionary cause. Tolstoy, who had a sympathetic view of revolutionaries, warns this will neither convert the doubters nor succeed in abolishing oppressive structures, and will provide political authorities with the anger and justification to repress the advocates of political alternatives whose voices are so important today. The negative consequences of violence outweigh any positive impact, whereas nonviolence, whose positive impact is admittedly less forceful, immediate, or even certain, at least avoids alienating the public and feeding the flames of institutional anger. To the broader anarchist movement, therefore, Tolstoy offers a compelling contribution to the debate on revolutionary means, a debate which is arguably central to anarchism's hopes for success. 15. Finally, today just as in his lifetime, the message Tolstoy addresses to the public beyond Christians and anarchists, and especially to aristocrats and other middle or upper class elites, has lost neither pertinence nor potency. In detail, clearly and eloquently, Tolstoy denounces capitalism and private property as wage slavery, 16 state violence as illegitimate, exploitative, and brutal in its scale and administrative coldness, 17 patriotism as a hypnotic tool that distorts a natural enough feeling of kinship for all human beings into a galvanizer of support for killing and stealing on an international scale, 18 arms races, peace conferences and international alliances as blatantly hypocritical geopolitical maneuvers in preparation for the next war, 19 and any church support of the state as a clear, greedy, and tragic betrayal of Jesus' teaching and example. 20 Reading Tolstoy on any of these topics cannot leave many unmoved by the aesthetic and intellectual force of his analysis. Tolstoy has a lot to say about today's world, and what he says about it he says well. In an unfolding 21st century, which promises ecological doom and economic crises on an unknown scale, the usual social deprivation and political oppression, an increasingly unstable international order and probably more domestic unrest, it is perhaps even more important than a century ago that Tolstoy's prophetic critique is heard and seriously considered. Tolstoy's concern with these writings was always to stir people out of their hypnotic acceptance of a violent, unjust, and suicidal world, to see the true potential of a nonviolent anarchist alternative, and to encourage them to if not work for it at least stop being complicit in making it seem impossible. Tolstoy was at pains to draw attention to the true, violent nature of the current order because he felt that the simple recognition of the truth of this diagnosis would inevitably compel his readers to follow the same logical journey to the conclusions that he reached. Bethink yourselves, he argued, and by the mere realization of the truth you will inevitably act differently. 21 The aim of his political writings was to awaken humanity and save it by converting it to a mode of living that would be based on love and not violence. Tolstoy died of pneumonia in Ostapovo train station while trying to escape to a monastery to find peace and rest from his tumultuous surroundings. If his message is not heard, humanity may also face extinction before it ever reaches the just and loving society so many of its prophets have been calling it to. The author wishes to thank Fanny Forrest, Ruth Kinna, and Terry Hopton for their helpful comments on earlier drafts of this article. 18. Tolstoy, History and Nonviolence. Terry Hopton. It is difficult to discuss Tolstoy's thought without invoking Berlin's famous dictum that, Tolstoy was by nature a fox, but believed in being a hedgehog. One applying this to Tolstoy's views of history, which have a prominent place in War and Peace, Berlin shows how Tolstoy's fox-like knowledge of the many things that constitute the complexity of events was both an incentive to seek, yet an obstacle to the discovery of, the one big thing that would make sense of history. As Berlin shows, Tolstoy's search for an overarching explanation of history led him to expose the deceptive character and weakness of the purported explanations currently employed by historians. However, it is not easy at first to identify what Tolstoy advocates as an alternative. This is inevitably so, because for Tolstoy the question of history is wrapped up with the far greater question of the meaning of life. This meaning, which the peasant Platon Karatev understands in War and Peace and which Pierre Bezukhov comes to grasp, or feel, is, according to Berlin, an experience of being part of the flow of life in the universe, a sense of oneness with creation too. In the later religious writings this meaning was identified, crystallized, articulated, or some might say, reduced, to the idea that we must do God's will. 3. At this elusive and superlatively abstract level of generality it is easy to trace a thematic continuity from the truth of the novel to that of the later religious writings. Less easily, and less conspicuously, continuity can also be traced in the form of the compendious category of what Tolstoy holds to be false. Here it runs from the failure of current historical explanations, exposed in the authorial interjections and appendices to War and Peace, to the failure of moral and political theories condemned in the later writings. Central to this continuity is a very striking, but ambiguous, claim about the limitations of individual action. It is necessary to explore this before Tolstoy's theory can be properly appreciated. In the imaginative world of the novel, Tolstoy shows a profound understanding of the inner life and motivations of individual action in all its transient complexity. He also acutely perceived the self-deceptions, illusions, and rationalizations that always seem to attend an individual's reflection on their own life. By contrast, in the case of collective action, of events like battles, not to mention wars and the course of history generally, there seems to Tolstoy to be little hope of reaching any authentic understanding. If it is difficult to see into the heart of a single individual in order to understand their actions, how much more is this true with collective action where there are many, many individuals? It is, of course, the attempt to understand the former in the context of the latter that is such a conspicuous feature of War and Peace. In that novel, Tolstoy's understanding of his characters comes from his own creative imagination, unlike the real events in which they are placed. 5. When he turned to the actual events themselves as described by historians, instead of a real understanding of the immense and contingent complexity of events, he found only rationalizations. Thus, in the case of these events, the same sort of self-deceptions and illusions exposed so incisively in the central characters of the novel, were repeated on a grand scale where they passed for genuine historical explanations. In other words, repeated and compounded, the self-deceptions of the real individuals involved remained unexposed and, unlike those of his characters, were taken at face value. These then became the data of explanation, rather than their actual motives and experience. To these deceptions, were added those of the historians themselves about their own motives and their lack of ability to understand events. Rather than admit their limitations, Tolstoy implies, both historians and historical actors alike use abstractions like the power of ideas, or the controlling influence of great men, or vague concepts like forces and so on. 6. These rationalizations disguise from historians their own ignorance of the real causes of events by concentrating on individual great men, or by treating ideas as powerful individual agents that control events. Both simplify, and at the same time falsify, history. By such means historians, according to Tolstoy, seek to treat historical events as they would the actions of one individual at a personal level, and yet events are constituted by the actions and interactions of countless individuals. 7. As is well known, Tolstoy particularly objects to the idea that great men such as Napoleon cause or control events. It is important, however, to see that this represents merely the most obvious example of what he sees as a general failure of historiography. Tolstoy's objection is that an event is such a complex interaction of human acts that no individual, however great, can be singled out as the cause of the outcome. The result of a battle, for example, is the consequence of the bravery, stupidity, and so on, of thousands of individuals and of the concatenation of their actions. Each of these is a cause and none of them are, in themselves, decisive. Moreover, Tolstoy claims that the great man is himself subject to circumstances and intervenes into a complex situation created by others. He does not even command an overall view of events, still less can he control them. 8. The great man is thus demoted to the status of one amongst others. Historians, Tolstoy believes, arbitrarily select what counts as an event from the flow of history and, within this, select some things as the cause or causes of them. Here the plans and actions of identifiable agents, particularly great men, readily lend themselves to interpretation as decisive causes because the evidence for them is usually plainly in view. When there is a correspondence between the plan of the great man and the outcome of the event, he is said to have caused it or to have been in control. Conversely, by implication, when things do not correspond to plan, then responsibility for failure is still attributed to the same source. It is as if so-called great men collude with historians, preferring to accept responsibility for specific failures and disasters rather than accept their own general impotence in shaping history. In fact, Tolstoy claims that trying to capture any complex event like a battle is to produce a necessary lie compared to what really happened. Tolstoy's strictures could be taken as a merited attack on bad historiography, but, at their most extreme, they seem to threaten the scholarly selectivity that is part of any historical judgment. They also seem to demand a depth and breadth of understanding that is impossible to achieve. The implication is that any social explanation is likely to be built on false foundations, suggesting that we can never be truly said to understand collective action at all. It is hard to avoid the conclusion that Tolstoy is guilty of polemical exaggeration and travesty. In part this is because he is asking so much of historical explanation. Perhaps this is because his standard of an adequate account is implicitly derived from authorial control of plot and character in a novel, while in the later writings it becomes clear that only God can comprehend the pattern of events. In any case, he seems to present the historian with a stark choice: either he must carry on perpetrating delusions, or he must abandon selectivity of events and causes and seek, instead, to understand the countless concrete minute particulars. The former will produce false history, however, the latter looks utterly impossible, and thus will produce no history at all. Indeed, in this respect, it is far from clear that Tolstoy himself avoided the errors for which he castigates others. In parallel with the attack on the great man theory as an example of the failure of historical explanation, Tolstoy also attacks its effect on moral responsibility. By causally attributing events to Napoleon, we ascribe to him moral responsibility for them as well. This absolves everyone else of their moral responsibility for events, even though it is they that collectively produce them. Thus the great man theory has to be attacked for its moral effects as well as in its explanatory role. At this point there seems to be a glaring discrepancy in Tolstoy's argument, because causal responsibility and moral responsibility appear to diverge. This is most obvious precisely in the case of Napoleon. As is widely recognized, despite Tolstoy's claim that, as a great man, Napoleon has no real power over events, he is still blamed for them and condemned as evil by Tolstoy. But if Napoleon is no more in control of events than anyone else, why is he singled out as blameworthy? Perhaps Tolstoy's point is that Napoleon, like anyone else, is responsible for the consequences of his actions, however little he can foresee them, and however little he can individually shape events. But Tolstoy may also be interpreted as claiming that Napoleon is especially to blame for wanting to bring about war, and for the arrogance of supposing that he alone can do so, thereby falsely absolving all others of their share of blame. It is difficult to be certain about Tolstoy's argument here. And it is extremely unlikely that an interpretation on the lines proposed will succeed in rendering all of Tolstoy's remarks about Napoleon mutually compatible. However, it can be suggested that the discrepancy represents, in a dramatic form, a deeper tension between Tolstoy's ideas of freedom and responsibility. For Tolstoy, everyone, Napoleon included, has little causal effect on events, but carries total responsibility for them. This, as Berlin suggests, appears to carry the implication that we are in control only of the immediate effects of our actions, but not of the collective consequences of them. 9. Yet it appears that we are accountable for our intentions, actions, and for their outcome, even though there may be, it seems, little relation between them. The impact of this daunting doctrine of moral responsibility is felt throughout the rest of Tolstoy's theory. there is another fairly obvious discrepancy in Tolstoy's doctrine that creates a profound ambiguity at its core. Alongside the view of history just mentioned, and the very stringent idea of moral responsibility that goes with it, there appears to be a stronger thesis to which Tolstoy inclines. This thesis seems to rule out moral responsibility completely and is, provisionally, most simply described as a form of determinism. It appears to be the result of Tolstoy's anxiety to emphasize the insignificance of the individual within the scheme of things. It is easy for Tolstoy to slide by overstatement from the thesis that we have little control over events, and must become part of their flow, to the much stronger thesis that we have no control at all over what we do. Indeed, Berlin's discussion in The Hedgehog and the Fox accurately reflects this tension in Tolstoy's thought, without attempting to resolve it. 10. Perhaps it is incapable of resolution. But the difficulty with the stronger thesis is that its determinism, by obliterating free will, makes the notion of moral responsibility not just dauntingly stringent, but incoherent. This would create an inconsistency for Tolstoy because it is precisely the demand that we take moral responsibility for our lives that is the incessant theme of his later writings. Yet determinism robs us of the freedom of action that constitutes moral agency. At this point it is tempting to resort to a form of dualism, inspired by the example of Kant, and ascribe this to Tolstoy in order to make the stronger thesis coherent. This, indeed, is what Spence suggests in his study of Tolstoy. 11. However, if there is a dualism here, it is different from that of Kant. Kant saw that morality was only possible in a world of causal determination if human will could be determined autonomously, by reason, rather than by natural causation. Tolstoy's rather fugitive concept of freedom can be gathered from the discussion in The Kingdom of God is Within You. Man is free. His freedom does not consist in being able to act spontaneously, independently of the course of life and of the influence of existing causes, but it means that by recognizing and professing the truth revealed to him he can become a free and joyful participant in the eternal and infinite work performed by God or by the life of the world, or he can, by not recognizing that truth, become its slave and be painfully forced to go where he does not wish to go. Truth not only points out the path of human life, it also reveals the only path along which it can go. And therefore all men must inevitably follow that path willingly or unwillingly, some voluntarily accomplishing the task life sets before them, others involuntarily submitting to the law of life. Man's freedom lies in having that choice. Freedom within such narrow limits seems so insignificant to men that they do not notice it. 12. Here it appears, according to the stronger thesis, that we have no real freedom of action, merely freedom in adopting whatever attitude we take towards our lives. Tolstoy apparently wishes to hold both the stronger and weaker theses. Both have important implications for his advocacy of nonviolence. The weaker thesis of moral responsibility in the face of the uncertainty of collective action can support nonviolence as a way, perhaps the only way, of taking responsibility for ourselves and others without engaging in collective action with them. Conversely, the stronger thesis which, following Greenwood, could now more cautiously be identified as a kind of providentialism, 13 seems essential to Tolstoy's theory because it guarantees that nonviolence will not produce evil consequences on a wider scale. There are two views of human freedom and moral responsibility running through Tolstoy's argument. One emphasizes an individual's responsibility, the other the insignificance of that same individual in the flow of things. One emphasizes our ignorance of the pattern of that flow, the other that there must be a pattern and that we can be assured of this. As a result of the deep and unresolved ambiguity in Tolstoy's theory, it is clear that he insists that we are totally responsible for our actions, but that their consequences are impossible to control or foresee except, perhaps, within an immediate circle. Inevitably, given Tolstoy's theory, this means that for us as social or political agents moral action becomes deeply perplexing. At the same time, he believes, we can accept providentialism providing that, in spite of our ignorance of its workings, we can derive from it a principle by which we can guide our lives. We need such a principle precisely because of the burden of responsibility which Tolstoy's theory places upon us. If great men are held responsible for events, yet have so little effect upon them, how much more problematic is the position of ordinary people? We cannot, on Tolstoy's view, justify our actions by wider consequences because we do not know in advance what they will be. Even less can we subject these consequences to control in accordance with some overall plan. And yet it is this form of justification and outlook, which Tolstoy calls the social conception of life, that, unsurprisingly, dominates political and social thought and action. 14. It is the social conception of life that constitutes the impediment that stands between us and the life that we should lead. There is an essential continuity between the false way of explaining historical events and the false way of justifying politics and society. If we cannot comprehend things with hindsight, we cannot a fortiori do so with foresight. Hence, Tolstoy not only sets his theory in opposition to all historiography, but to most social and political theory as well. Yet there is more. It is not just that conception as a theory to which Tolstoy objects, it is also the conception in practice. A false conception, as will be seen, gives rise both to false institutions and to false ways of overcoming them. In brief, he stands in opposition to the entire social system and our present way of life. Taken together, they are all sustained by our culpable self-deception by which we avoid doing the one thing that we morally must do. This one thing is given by the true conception that dominates the later writings. Its principle is that we must do God's will. 15. Tolstoy believes that we already know that we must do God's will in our conscience. But our whole life is in flagrant contradiction with all that we know and believe to be necessary and right. 16. Hence it is important to clear away the illusions and self-deceptions that so effectively prevent us from doing what we know, with certainty, to be right. However, in order to clear them away, it is necessary to understand how they arise. This understanding will take the form of a theory of sorts. But this will not be another social or political theory as normally conceived, rather it will be merely the prelude to an urgent and direct appeal by Tolstoy to each individual to change their lives. For him, the truth is simple and known to all, but living in accordance with it is so difficult. The essence of God's will is that we should love others and do them no violence. 17. For Tolstoy this duty is both certain and absolute. It prohibits violence for any reason, including self-defense, or to protect the innocent and defenseless. If we fulfill this duty, then we will take responsibility for our own lives and act morally. This we can do, Tolstoy thinks, without needing the social conception of life and without needing to foresee the ultimate consequences of our actions. Conversely, the immediate consequences of violence are both clear in practice and wrong in principle. The only possible form of justification left for violence is that of an appeal to its ultimate consequences, but it is precisely these that Tolstoy claims are unknowable. In addition, Tolstoy believes that nonviolence is alone incapable of producing evil consequences because it accords with God's will, which cannot be evil. This obviously relies on providentialism, and it is absolutely fundamental to Tolstoy's entire theory. I do not know, nor do I need to know, God's plan, but only what he requires of me. And that is clear and certain, Tolstoy claims. 18. At first glance it may seem that Tolstoy is advocating a love of humanity as the basis for his philosophy of nonviolence. However, it is important to recognize that, whilst such love is not an undesirable result of our actions, Tolstoy insists that it must not be made our motive or goal. This goal would simply turn Tolstoy's theory into another social conception, thereby putting its goal above our duty to God. Our duty to God is not a goal that we have to aim for, rather it is something we must do immediately. Love of humanity would inevitably be weak, in any case, because humanity is a fiction. 19. Really, Tolstoy claims, talk of humanity involves an unwarranted extension of personal feelings and relations to an abstraction in the form of a collective person. It is as false as the historical abstractions criticized earlier, with similar consequences in terms of weakening individual responsibility. Tolstoy suggests that, however good it may appear, humanity is such an intangible goal that we can have no idea of how to further its cause. And yet it, like other goals, creates the danger that compromises will be allowed in its name, so that evil deeds, violence, are done and allegedly justified in order to produce it. Much the same is true of other groups of lesser extent and more determinate number than humanity, such as the nation. These, too, can become a goal whose attainment is entirely uncertain and yet which justifies violence done for its sake. Here the temptation to evil is stronger because violence can be committed against one group in the name of another. All such justifications Tolstoy strikingly construes as forms of self-love. It is surprising to see what is normally seen as devotion to others construed as self-love or selfishness. 20. But his point is that groups can be every bit as selfish as individuals, as is the case with patriotism, for example. So the self-sacrifice of an individual for the sake of a group, which might seem so commendable, would simply perpetuate the attitude of selfishness within it. Often, in any case, the demand for the self-sacrifice of others is made from selfish motives by those who lead or claim to represent such groups. By this means they cover up their own more immediate and narrow selfish interests. One might add that this could involve yet another example of self-deception. 21. It is thus no good being selfless if it furthers the selfishness of others. Tolstoy concludes that the only way to avoid selfishness of oneself or others is to do God's will. Any alternative is simply denounced by him as pagan. By doing God's will we refrain from violence against others, and thus we will obviously have a beneficial effect on their welfare. But, Tolstoy claims, this effect can only be the indirect consequence. To try to pursue welfare directly is to want the fruit without the root, and will be fraught with uncertainty. 22. Conversely, if we do God's will we must accept that the consequences are in accordance with what he wants, and although we may not comprehend this, we must trust in him. By adopting the social conception, however noble its purpose, we will be creating duties other than those to do God's will. These will include duties to the state. We will thus be unable to avoid a conflict of duties between those owed to God and those owed to the state. Tolstoy's fear is that it will then become easy, by self-deception and pleas of moral perplexity, to compromise what we know in our conscience to be true. We will take our present way of life as unalterable and accept that evil means, like violence, are necessary, or not really evil, so long as they are for a socially defined moral goal. Again, as in the writing of history, the self-deception that is employed to cover our inability to understand the consequences of actions leads to falsehood. But by trusting in God, all the things that the social conception pursues that are truly good, will come about by his will. As Tolstoy insists, seek ye first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things shall be added unto you. 23. I would like to thank Alex Christoyanopoulos and Brian Roseberry for their comments on an earlier version. I am also indebted to Tony Bamber for numerous conversations on Tolstoy over recent years. Terry Hopton is the head of Division of Criminology at the University of Central Lancashire. In spite of this, his interests include classical anarchist theory. His main area of research is on the relation of law, politics, and morality, including justifications of punishment and political obligation. Email, tchopton@uclan.ac.uk. Deepening Anarchism, International Relations and the Anarchist Ideal. Alex Pritchard. Abstract. Anarchist practice is localist and anarchist theory has generally followed in its disregard for the structures of global politics and the ways in which these undermine the possibility of the anarchist ideals. In this paper I set out one set of reasons as to why the state of affairs has come about and go back to the origins of anarchist thought to see if we can make sense of this contemporary context. I argue that a better understanding, a founding schism between Proudhon's revolutionary conservatism and Bakunin's revolutionary panslavism can help us think through how we might consider the international with greater sophistication vis-a-vis anarchist praxis. What I will argue is that Bakunin's position has stood the test of time within the anarchist movement, but that this is an unfortunate and counterproductive state of affairs. Keywords: Proudhon, Bakunin, international relations, balance of power, revolutionary nationalism. Introduction. Noam Chomsky has argued the following. World affairs are trivial, there's nothing in the social sciences or history or whatever that is beyond the intellectual capacities of an ordinary 15-year-old. You have to do a little work, you have to do some reading, you have to be able to think, but there's nothing deep. If there are any theories around that require some special kind of training to understand, then they've been kept a closely guarded secret. 1. Generally, this rather negative attitude is replicated in much reflection on the international, and there's a lot to be said for it. If we can point to the facts on the ground and come to simple moral conclusions about them, while at the same time dismissing the sophistry of the academy, then all else is irrelevant window dressing to sustain political or academic careers. Indeed, Marc Lafay levels almost precisely this charge at the discipline of international relations, IR, and particularly its theorists. 2. Lafay suggests that Chomsky therefore has a lot to offer the sometimes hubristic, often esoteric, theory-driven discipline of IR by bringing the empirical world and simple moral truths to a discipline more likely to obfuscate ethics with questions of power and cover up the empirical simplicities of the world with highfalutin theory. Lafay argues that the political, profoundly democratic point is to empower people to believe that they can in fact find out how their world works, and to legitimate their findings. 3. This is all well and good, and I do not substantively disagree, but unfortunately anarchist thinking about international relations seems to have suffered for taking advice like Chomsky's too seriously. Anarchist thought displays a distinct lack of theoretical reflection and sustained analysis of the international. Anarchists tend to look at world politics as a discrete set of area studies linked by a worldview. There is little systematic analysis of the structures of global power that constrain and enable meaningful and progressive social change, nor any meaningful history of the emergence of the contemporary global order. Throughout its history, anarchism has largely had a bottom-up ontology, which translates into a concern with what states do to their people more than what states do to each other, and how the latter constrains the very possibility of progressive politics. In fact, contemporary anarchist theory of the international is largely non-existent, and anarchist thought is almost completely ignored within IR. Until the end of the Cold War, IR was largely a discipline with a top-down approach to global power, concerned more with interstate rivalry than with the concerns of the people states were supposed to protect. IR theorists worried themselves with state strategy rather than social emancipation. This largely explains the absence of anarchist thought in the discipline. There has therefore been a manifest case of mutual ignorance within both IR and anarchism of arguments, findings, and theories that might have mutual benefit. This is a shame, and has serious consequences for both IR and anarchist studies. Here I want to focus on the implications for anarchist praxis, or on the implications of ignoring international politics for the anarchist ideal of a life without states and capitalism. I have discussed the absence of anarchism in IR elsewhere. For in what follows I will first set out an unavoidably brief survey of contemporary approaches to the international in anarchist thought. I will argue that on the whole they are insufficiently attuned to the structures of world politics and how these structures constrain and enable social order and social change, and this is problematic if we desire a revolutionary approach to the latter. 5. To illustrate why anarchist theorists need to pay more attention to the international, I will set out the historical consequences of Bakunin's failure to take international politics more seriously while supporting national liberation struggles in 19th-century Poland and Italy. I contrast Bakunin's ideas with those of Proudhon to suggest a more fruitful way of conceptualizing anarchist praxis and how to think about international relations from an anarchist perspective. There, at the birth of the nation-state in the 19th century, their ideas ought to be of unique interest for anarchists wishing to understand contemporary struggles and how to think through the relationship between communal self-determination and the machinations of world politics. In the conclusion, I will return to the question of contemporary anarchist praxis vis-a-vis the international and, rather than offer a hard and fast set of conclusions, raise questions that have been too long ignored by anarchist theorists. The point I will aim to make clear, then, is that despite sharing much in terms of their view of the just social order, Proudhon and Bakunin differed markedly on how to get there. What we find is that the difference between Bakunin and Proudhon turned on their understanding of the international, specifically, the international balance of power and how the structure of world order constrained and enabled revolutionary social action. Proudhon believed that the only way to achieve a just world order, to emancipate the many and restrain the powerful few, was to bring European states to heel by embedding the structural status quo, the 1815 Vienna Settlement, and then to progressively mutualize and federate society. This, Proudhon argued, would remove the state's ability and need to go to war. Proudhon believed that ultimately the emaciation of the state through the development of autonomous sub-state associations and regional political units and their institutionalization through horizontal forms of federalism would in itself constitute a radical transformation of political community. Bakunin disagreed. He argued that if emancipation was what was wanted, what was needed was violent insurrection to destroy states completely and thereby liberate and educate the subject populations of Europe, exploited and held in check by the 1815 imperial settlement agreed at the Congress of Vienna. Bakunin believed that out of the ashes of imperialism there would emerge the natural, immanent, spontaneous and benign volonté générale of the masses. This latent nature would rise from below upwards, to replace the spurious and exploitative social order imposed upon people by states from above downwards. It is this train of thought, one that romanticizes an unreflective natural common sense, that remains dominant in anarchist thought. I want to argue that history shows that a return to Proudhon's thought might be a worthwhile endeavor. I hope also that by bringing past thought to light that contemporary anarchism can be deepened both conceptually and historically. Anarchist approaches to war and international relations are few in number and those that exist are widely ignored. Studies of anarchism and violence have tended to be the norm and have somewhat myopically focused on the sensationalism of terrorism, while the much more nuanced and profound 19th century debates about war and mass killing executed by states have been all but forgotten. It is within the context of these latter discussions that anarchist approaches to international relations are to be found. Proudhon's approach to world politics, one of the first, few, and most extensive socialist approaches to world affairs, let alone anarchist six, was denounced as militarist and muddle-headed almost from the outset. 7. After the fall of the Paris Commune, broad swathes of the movement became anti-militarist, anti-conscription and anti-imperialist. The problem was that when the call came to defend the nation or homeland, most people ignored the anarchists and, even within anarchist ranks, many signed up or vocally defended interstate aggression. With the rise of the Bolsheviks, the anarchists again took a beating. Both in Russia and later in Spain, where they were denounced as counter-revolutionary forces despite being at the forefront of both revolutions, they were outnumbered, outgunned, and outmaneuvered. Anarchist struggles were wiped out across Europe and the world. This historical legacy of failure is surely a contributing factor to the contemporary amnesia surrounding these past debates. Within wider academic debates, anarchism's legacy in the field of international relations is all but forgotten. Thus, in the post-war period, IR specialists have only sporadically called for a turn to anarchism. Richard Falk, currently UN Special Rapporteur on Palestinian Human Rights, made such a call to help IR theorists rethink the place of democracy and civic participation in the context of increasingly alien international organizations. 8. Thomas Weiss, also a longtime member of staff at the UN and now professor of international politics at CUNY and outgoing president of the International Studies Association, once argued much the same thing as Falk. For him, the statism that characterized the Cold War was again the main object of attack and anarchism was a more than suitable weapon. 9. Writing only a year before the Battle for Seattle, Scott Turner recognized that the impact and global nature of the alter-globalization movements seemed to contradict the egoist, amoral and Hobbesian assumptions of IR theory, and called for a turn to Kropotkin to make sense of this global solidarity movement. 10. These articles raise important questions about participation, power, and theory, but they have been ignored by both anarchists and IR specialists alike. More recently, the online anarchist publication Divergences has published articles on numerous regions and conflict zones, all from an anarchist perspective. Because there is little or any reflection on the structural dynamics that link these area studies, what results is thoughtful journalism informed by anarchist politics rather than persuasive analysis of the feasibility of anarchism to inform the transforming of these political crises. 11. A recent exception is Yuri Gordon's chapter on nationalism and the Israeli-Palestinian conflict in Anarchy Alive. And it provides a useful starting point for the analysis to follow. Gordon argues that the traditional praxis of anarchist labor struggle solidarity as the primary vehicle of social transformation is utopian, particularly so in the context of the absence of such a movement in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Working class solidarity and blanket solidarity with the downtrodden wherever they may be, a position most clearly articulated by the platformists, often translates into an unreflective defense of Hamas, and similar groups elsewhere, simply on the basis that they are the downtrodden. 12. These two positions, labourism and unreflective solidarity, emerge from an identifiable Bakuninist tendency within anarchist theory that presupposes the existence of a primordial nation or people in Palestine that is being repressed by the Israeli state, one that only needs the removal of the latter for the former to flourish in an entirely benign and anarchist-friendly way. 13. Gordon chastises Wayne Price, his key interlocutor here, for imploring the international community to allow a full right of return, for demanding an Israeli retreat to the 1967 borders, and so on. This, Gordon argues, is a strategy far removed from anarchism, and even if it were not, the politicians who actually get to decide whether or not a Palestinian state is finally established are not exactly asking anarchists their opinion. 14. Gordon concludes that internationalism, anti-statism, nationalist romanticism and faith in the working class, reduce traditional anarchist theory, and by this he means platformist anarcho-syndicalism, to an irrelevance in terms of its ability to support national liberation struggles in Palestine. 15. Gordon's alternative is to suggest that anarchists should take pride in the direct action ethic that has been employed to good effect in the occupied territories and elsewhere. Walking children across the road, protecting harvests, building solidarity networks and helping preserve people's livelihoods and dignity is not a step towards statehood, Gordon argues, and is thereby more anarchistic. 16. This movement towards rebuilding human dignity and social solidarity also has a more powerful and meaningful effect on the local population than all the pages penned on the conflict by anarchists, and in the context of the absence of working class solidarity in the region is a far more realistic praxis. Moreover, strategically, Gordon suggests that this solidarity might also encourage by example, informing people through anarchist praxis of the communalist and mutual aid alternatives to statism espoused by all sides in the conflict, and avoiding the utopian romanticism attendant with notions of a Palestinian or Israeli nation-state. Long-term, this strategy might even build the foundations of a movement that would go some way towards realizing that distant no-state solution to the crises of statism and capitalism everywhere. Gordon argues that the creation of genuine peace requires the creation and fostering of political spaces which facilitate voluntary cooperation and mutual aid between Israelis and Palestinians. 17. But is Gordon's strategy any more realistic than Price's? Is Gordon right to ask us to give up on thinking about these issues at the structural level, to stop talking about class and interstate behavior or debating the relative merits of the actions of politicians and diplomats? Does it matter that anarchists don't have the ear of the prince? Anarchists should surely support Gordon's pragmatism. However, my worry is that without a more coherent theory of how this daily pragmatism links into the wider regional balance of power, local actions will remain localized and might even, unintentionally, undermine peace itself. What about Israeli security concerns and Iranian nuclear ambitions, Egyptian fears of Islamic militancy and the after-effects of Gulf War II? Would a militant left-wing movement or a regional working class help or hinder regional progress in this context? What happens if direct action undermines rather than supports Israeli/Palestinian rapprochement, or builds militancy in ways no one had given much thought to. How would that impact on the regional balance of power and the prospects for radical social change? The international is the unavoidable structural shell within which the Israeli-Palestinian conflict plays itself out, and within which anarchists will necessarily frame their responses to these questions, but few take any notice of it. Both the conflict and the potential for anarchist praxis are, and will be, transformed by moves at the regional and global level to a greater extent than they themselves will transform these dynamics. Surely anarchists need a wider conceptualization of the structural effects of the international system than to assume that with the coming of the, insert favored brand of anarchism here, revolution it will be recalibrated automatically. This is not the first time this debate has been had, and what is generally ignored is the Prudentist alternative to the Bakuninist norm in contemporary anarchist theory of the international. What I will do next is show how Bakunin's revolutionary nationalism and anarchist syndicalism compared with Proudhon's mutualist constitutionalism in regards to the Italian Risorgimento and the Polish question in the 1860s. I do not want to suggest that there are any direct lessons that we can draw for anarchist praxis today, which would do violence to both the historical specificity of our own time and theirs, only that we ought to pay attention to the failures of the past so as to better inform our praxis in the present. My conclusions will be for a deeper anarchism, one that does not ignore the international nor retreat to the utopian visions of the transformative powers of revolutionary class struggle anarchism. My observations will no doubt raise many objections, but this is preferred to the existing silence. In the 19th century there were two main national liberation struggles that preoccupied anarchists and indeed the whole of Europe, the Italian Risorgimento and the debate over the unification of Poland. Looking in some detail at how Proudhon and Bakunin differed in their assessment of these two cases, and the actual path history took, will shed light on how we might understand national liberation struggles from an anarchist perspective today. What we will see is that it is the way in which each understood the structures of world politics that shaped the ensuing praxis of anarchism. I will argue that theoretically Proudhon was more astute and historically he has been vindicated. Let us turn first to Italy. The Italian peninsula was effectively colonized by the Kingdom of Piedmont, whose throne was in Sardinia, in the 1860s. Prior to this Italy was, as Metternich put it, a geographical expression at the will of the strongest. Europe's empires jostled for supremacy there and the Italian question dominated political and social discourse. Politicians debated revolutionary nationalism and the shape any future Italian state ought to take, whether it should be republican or a monarchy, a federation or a unified state, ruled by France or Austria or fully autonomous, or a mixture of the above. The French press advanced the cause of the Piedmontese and were awarded medals for their service to the kingdom, while Mazzini and Garibaldi looked for republican unity, but vacillated over how to achieve it. Both advocated violent insurrection and revolution, though Mazzini, the one-time arch-republican, eventually sided with Victor Emmanuel, King of Piedmont, to Proudhon's disgust. Both Mazzini and Garibaldi were eventually outwitted by Cavour, the king's liberal, socialist-hating prime minister, and France and Austria eventually lost control of their southern borders. During this time the mainstream left focused their campaigns against the Austro-Hungarian Empire precisely because of Metternich's refusal to countenance the liberalization of the empire, and his persistent rejection of minimal claims for regional autonomy in Italy and elsewhere. The political right, like Cavour and leaders of other European states, also hated the regional power of the Austro-Hungarian Empire and wanted it destroyed so that Piedmont could grow in power, or France could feel less threatened. Proudhon, by contrast, was ambivalent, remarking that it was démodé to denounce Austria, but any desire to abolish the empire must take into account that something would have to take its place and it was not clear that the alternatives were that much better. 19 Proudhon continued that from 1815 to the present day, territorial unity has quite simply been a form of bourgeois exploitation under the protection of bayonets. 20 And all Mazzini would achieve with his so-called republicanism would be to inoculate Italy with despotism. He also rather cannily observed, based on his analysis of European history, that the desire to constitutionalize the Austrian Empire, the liberal call from the left, would also actually cement the 1815 treaties rather than abolish them, by deepening the existing international equilibrium through the extension of suffrage which would legitimize it. Indeed, ironically, it was not at all clear that the Austrian Empire was widely hated by broad swathes of the people over which it ruled, and so it was not at all clear who the revolutionaries stood for. For example, when nationalist revolutionaries rose up in Austrian-controlled Galicia in 1846, the peasants massacred them. 21 This was testament to the relationship between the people and the empire in this region, a relationship which, no matter how internally contradictory from a revolutionary standpoint, the socialists simply chose to ignore. So, to summarize, Proudhon argued, I reject Italian unity because in my view it is nothing but an Italian fantasy, because it is contrary to political principles, to the tendencies of civilization, to the rights of the diverse nations of Italy, because it could not be instituted except by means of armed dictatorship in contempt of geographical conditions and historical traditions, because in indefinitely adjourning Italy's liberal aspirations, unity will deal a severe blow to the development of liberty in Europe, and, finally, because forced to create a formidable military force to contain the divergent populations, this unity will destroy the established external balance and will provoke unrest amongst neighboring countries that will not end but by redrawing the political map of Europe. 22. This is a powerful statement of the follies of the drive for national unity, one which Mazzini and Garibaldi assumed was the historical destiny of Italy and one which was supposed to unify a protean people as one. Proudhon's alternative linked freedom to the political principle of federation and related the freedom of Italy's diverse social groups to the objective interests of states with very different interests and the constraining structures of the European equilibrium. His fear of what might come to pass led him to seek pragmatic opportunities wherein real change might have been effected. One such moment was, he argued, the proposed Treaty of Villafranca, that would have been signed between Napoleon III of France and Prime Minister Cavour and King Victor Emmanuel of Piedmont had the conflict between Piedmont and Austria gone as planned. The story goes like this. Austria was effectively tricked into war with the Kingdom of Piedmont and, in keeping with a secret agreement, Napoleon III came to Piedmont's aid in return for the prizes of Nice and Savoy, then held by the Piedmontese. The peace treaty between Napoleon III and Franz Joseph was supposed to guarantee the division and federation of Italy into four. Lombardy, the plains around Milan, was to be ceded to Napoleon III and then passed on to Cavour and Piedmont, as per the terms of the secret treaty. Secondly, the states of Tuscany and Modena were to be created to balance the autonomous Papal State and Venice, the latter becoming a free state in this Italian confederation but subject to the crown of the Emperor of Austria. This concession to Austria was purely expedient on Napoleon III's part since he realized his power in the region was waning and without a counterbalance to Piedmont things could get tricky on his southern border, as Proudhon had argued they would. 23 Unfortunately, the ensuing battle was inconclusive and Napoleon III, fearing instability on his southern borders, reneged on the secret treaty. Proudhon argued that the Treaty of Villafranca should have been proclaimed as the good news by all Italians. But, he argued, Italian Machiavellianism, joined with the incomprehensible politics of the French press, decided otherwise. But above all, the responsibility is Mazzini's. 24 It is doubtful that Proudhon was aware of the secret treaty between Piedmont and France, but Proudhon was quite clear that Mazzini's insurrectionary and Republican revolutionary nationalism, and his reprehensible siding with the Piedmontese monarchy against France, was short-sighted. Mazzini used French imperial ambitions in Italy to rouse the southern Italians, and Cavour also used this to incite rebellion in the north of Italy, both clear examples of ideology driving political practice. Mazzini seemed blind to the fact that Cavour was using his, Mazzini's, popularity for his own ends. Proudhon argued, from the moment that Garibaldi and Mazzini refused to take account of the established powers and of the necessities of the century, to deliver them from their demagogic emportement the game was lost for them. 25 And it was. With all the instruments of state power at his disposal, Cavour managed skillfully to outwit Garibaldi and Mazzini, who by playing the unity card and inciting rebellion did Cavour's dirty work for him, and also managed to keep Britain on side by campaigning against the power of Austria and the socialist peril in Italy and Europe. This attention to the international equilibrium was central to Cavour's success, and it was in this context that Proudhon came to argue that the cause of the proletariat and that of European equilibrium are one. Both protest, with equal energy, against unity and in favor of a federal system. 26 I will unpack the deeper theoretical questions raised by this brief introduction below, but before I do that it is worth surveying how Bakunin saw these matters. Unlike Proudhon, Bakunin spent 3 years in Italy between 1864 and 1867. Here he established the secret international revolutionary brotherhood along Carbonari lines, pioneered by Mazzini, and composed mainly of Mazzinians, Proudhonists and English trade unionists. On his move to the south of Italy in 1865, Bakunin found a region utterly disillusioned with the Risorgimento. From its disastrous free trade agreements that plunged the South into penury, to the de jure imperialism of Piedmontese rule there, unity had done nothing for the South. The South were also tiring of Mazzini's slogan God and the People, which was slowly losing its appeal once it became clear that he had nothing more to offer than unity. 27 Indeed, Pernicon has argued that Bakunin was the only man in Italy who possessed the intellect, charisma, and audacity necessary to challenge Mazzini and convert his disenchanted disciples to the cause of social revolution. 28 The problem was the ideas Bakunin brought to the campaign. Bakunin was deeply influenced by Mazzini and his insurrectionary secret societies, of this there can be little doubt. He wrote that Italy owes its political independence mainly to the 40 years of uninterrupted and irrepressible effort by its great citizen Giuseppe Mazzini, who was able to resurrect the youth of Italy and then train it in the perilous but valiant cause of patriotic conspiracy. 29 Contra Proudhon's analysis, and while he agreed that the Italians were, and remain, hugely diverse in custom, tongue, and geography, Bakunin maintained that there is a common Italian character type by which an Italian can immediately be distinguished from a member of any other nation, even a southern one. 30 Customary and racial identity bound Italy in social unity but not in political unity. 31 And if the extant and spurious structures of the latter were abolished, the former would rise up in its place, flourish and constitute the basis for a new politics, or so he argued. There are 3 key respects in which Bakunin differed from Mazzini: on the question of the relationship between God and the state, the value of federalism, and the value of socialism. All 3 positions are outlined quite neatly in Bakunin's program of the Brotherhood, see point 1865, the program and object of the secret revolutionary organization of the International Brotherhood, 1868, and his declaratory appeal to the League of Peace and Freedom in September 1868. 32 Here Bakunin argued that members of the Brotherhood, organized in 2 classes of active and honorary members, the latter the intellectual vanguard, must be atheists, federalists, and anti-statists. They must love liberty above all and seek to destroy any system which manifestly and systematically curtailed the liberty of individuals, groups, and nations no matter who or where they are. Here Bakunin argued, in terms reminiscent of Proudhon's general idea of the revolution in the 19th century, 1851, 33 that the objective was to destroy churches, standing armies, centralist powers, bureaucracy, governments, unitary parliaments, universities, and state banks, as well as aristocratic and bourgeois monopolies. 34 Whatever rose spontaneously to replace this would be both natural and right and would, in some nominally Hegelian fashion, be providential. This romantic passion for a latent people beneath the yoke of empire translated into a call for creative destruction in the interests of a brighter future. The passion for destruction is a creative passion, 235 he famously argued. Within 3 years of this declaration he was calling for something far less. He now advocated an internationalist federalism and a United States of Europe. This body would, however, be the manifestation of the realigned, post-revolutionary political constellations, with nations breathing unhindered by empire, with people expressing themselves through meaningful employment with the rewards shared equitably between the workers, and with their souls free to soar unencumbered by the doctrines of the Church. In relation to Italy, this translated as follows. First of all, an end to want, an end to poverty, the full satisfaction of all material needs through collective labor equal and obligatory for all, then an end to all masters and to domination of every kind, and the free construction of popular life in accordance with popular needs, not from above downward, as in the state, but from below upward, by the people themselves, dispensing with all governments and parliaments, a voluntary alliance of agricultural and factory worker associations, communes, provinces, and nations, and finally, in more distant future, universal human brotherhood triumphing on the ruins of all states. 36. There is not much to dislike here. But the achievement of these goals is a different matter. For Bakunin the solution was obvious. Italy, like Spain, should be rocked by popular rebellion. Peasant and worker insurgencies, from the Sherry collectives of Andalusia to the marble quarries of Massa Carrara, would bring about this ideal. Bakunin believed that statism was proving itself to be unsustainable right across Europe. In this vein he argued, despite all the endeavors of the constitutional monarchists, and even the heroic but futile efforts of the two great leaders, Mazzini and Garibaldi, the idea of the state has never been accepted, nor will it ever be, for it is contrary to the true spirit and the contemporary instinctive desires and material demands of the innumerable rural and urban proletariat. 37. But did the universal creed Bakunin pronounced speak to all peasants and workers in all times and places in the same way? Given that the vast majority of revolutionaries in Italy at this time were drawn from the educated bourgeoisie, it is debatable whether the working class, such as it was, or the peasants, were listening. Moreover, while representativeness is surely not the sole mark of the integrity of someone's ideas, their practical application and the foreseeable consequences are crucial. And in this regard, Bakunin's lack of reflection on the structural dynamics of international power lent his thoughts a utopian character which today sounds simply naive. He closed his program and object of the secret revolutionary organization of the International Brotherhood, 1868, with the observation that 100 tightly and seriously allied revolutionaries will suffice for the whole of Europe. 200 or 300 revolutionaries will be enough to organize the largest of countries. 38. What actually emerged from the revolutionary ruins of 19th century Italy was not anarchism but fascism. It seems in this respect that Proudhon was right. The drive towards unity and revolutionary insurrections failed to deliver the grand promises made by its leaders. Insurrection vs. Partition, Anarchism and the Polish Question. Bakunin's endeavors in support of Polish liberation were no less politically and philosophically naive. While the Polish question was contemporary to the Italian question, the differences between the two cases are significant. While Italy was being colonized by the Kingdom of Piedmont, led by its cunning Prime Minister Cavour, the revolutionary insurrections in Poland were sporadic and unsuccessful, and there was no such indigenous community that could constitute either a nation or a state in the event of revolutionary anti-imperialist revolt. Attempts to create one out of nothing, Proudhon argued, were misguided. Given the entrenchment of the institution of the nobility and their fickle alliances with regional power blocs, uniting Poland would present any one of these neighboring great powers with too great a temptation to invade and annex neighboring lands. Moreover, it was not clear that unification, let alone national unification, would advance the cause of the predominantly serf population. Indeed, the opposite might well have been expected, since in 1861 Tsar Alexander II unilaterally emancipated the Polish serfs in the Russian territories. Not one to be daunted by the scale of his ambition, Bakunin marched on. One of the reasons for Bakunin's unshakable faith in his own ability was his philosophy of social order. Rejecting the Marxist view that people need to be led to freedom, or the Rousseauian vision of forcing people to be free through republican institutions, Bakunin believed that the anarchist social revolution, arises spontaneously within the people and destroys everything that opposes the broad flow of popular life so as to create new forms of free social organization out of the very depths of people's existence. Metaphysicians or positivists, all these knights of science and thought, in the name of which they consider themselves ordained to prescribe the laws of life, are reactionaries, conscious or unconscious. 39. All that was needed was a spark, usually the harshness of objective social conditions, and revolutionary subjects would emerge spontaneously and fight their way into the future led by the secret societies, anarchist ideologues, or Marxists and so on. The point is that the theory matters. Indeed, the passion for social justice ignited by these struggles would provide an impetus for social learning. Popular science, rather than specialist knowledge, was thus all that society needed to maintain its liberty. The positivist religion of humanity, as Comte had dubbed it from as early as the 1820s, was considered a retrograde and barbaric science. Bakunin's vision was more idealistic. In the belief that the masses bear all the elements of their future organizational norms in their own more or less historically evolved instincts, in their everyday needs and their conscious and unconscious desires, we seek that ideal within the people themselves. 40. Only anarchism offered the correct social theory to guide instinct. Bakunin's philosophy is manifested most evidently in his panslavism. In 1847 he gave a speech in Paris in celebration of the 17th anniversary of the 1830 insurrection, which drew whoops and cries of bravo from the crowd. 41. Bakunin believed panslavism was a viable alternative to statism since it respected the notion of nationality but rejected the spurious correspondence with existing bourgeois and autocratic Russian power. A false nationality is one tied to a constructed state. Real nationality is a historical, local fact which has an undeniable right to general recognition, like any other real and harmless fact. 42. For Bakunin, nationalism was a local manifestation of a universal identity, one born of history and tradition, but nationalism is transitory and internationalism would eventually break through. Bakunin's aim was to shed parochial slavism in the interests of an internationalist panslavism. Crucially, however, what brings Bakunin closer to Mazzini than Proudhon is that he sees armed and bloody struggle as the only way to achieve or consolidate this national identity. This theory was common at the time but was contrary to the historical record. As John Bree's influential approach to the question of nationalism has shown, in the case of Germany, Italy, and Poland, and to some extent France, nationalism was more important as a product than a cause of national unification. 43. Nationalism was used to corral the people after revolutionary social change. Revolutionary nationalism was a tool imitated by states in order to entrench and legitimize their rule. Bakunin's jailing for his incitement of Polish nationalism simply fueled his revolutionary impulse. Almost as soon as he had escaped exile in Siberia in 1861, he penned an open letter to Russian, Polish, and other Slavic friends in which he demanded only one thing, that every tribe, great and small, be given the full opportunity and right to act according to its will. If it wants to merge with Russia and Poland, let it merge. Does it want to be an independent member of a Polish or Russian or General Slavic Federation? Then let it be so. Finally, does it want to separate completely from every other people and live as a totally separate state? Then God bless it. Let it separate. 44. This sentiment did not last long. Within 2 years Bakunin actively set out to fight for his ideals in support of the Polish uprising and set sail from London on the ill-fated and quixotic trip to Lithuania aboard the ship the SS War Jackson. That Bakunin only made it as far as Sweden, Carr suggests, is a fitting epitaph for the failed Polish uprising itself. 45. By 1867 his fire for revolt had abated somewhat and he came to rather contradictory conclusions. By a cruel, systematic repression, as well as by infamous means, the Russian government seems to want to provoke insurrection in Poland. For this reason, it will be just as useful for the Polish people as for the Russians to restrain themselves. Do your best to persuade them to wait, as circumstances permit, but nevertheless, Don't waste time, make an active propaganda campaign and organize yourselves so that you're ready when the critical moment arrives. And God knows. Maybe, contrary to all predictions, your heroism will be crowned with success. 46. When looking back a few years later, he remarked that unfortunately for Poland, its leading parties, which are still drawn primarily from the gentry, have been unable to renounce their state-centered program. 47. Surely this observation should have been made earlier. It seems he recognized class power and the real workings of society a little late. Still smarting from failure but rejuvenated by his early experiences in the International Working Men's Association, he then began to argue that panslavism was best realized through root and branch international social revolution and working class solidarity. As he continued, the Slavic proletariat must enter the International Working Men's Association en masse. 48. He was wary of the Marxists, but took succor from the fact that the Germans in the IWMA were marginalized by the Italians, Swiss, and French. This may have been the case, but only temporarily so. The effective exile of Bakunin and the anarchists from the organization by moving the International to the USA sealed Marx's power within it and arguably destroyed it as a revolutionary force. When Bakunin eventually turned his attention to international relations in the mid-1870s, he suggested that the most treacherous fact of international life was the 1815 settlement at the Congress of Vienna. At that time no one suspected the truth which has now become obvious even to the most stupid despots, that the so-called constitutional forms, or forms of popular representation, do not impede state, military, political, and financial despotism. Instead, they have the effect of legitimizing it and giving it a false appearance of popular government, and they can significantly enhance its internal strength and vigor. 49. This constitutionalism was precisely what Proudhon was advocating, and I will discuss it in a little more detail below, but somewhat paradoxically, in 1867. Bakunin was one of the founding members of the Congress of the League of Peace and Freedom that met in Geneva. Here he advanced his revolutionary nationalism as the precursor to a universal peace. Drawing from memory years later, Bakunin recounted his final speech to the Congress where he had argued that universal peace will be impossible so long as the present Centralist states exist. We must desire their destruction in order that, on the ruins of these forced unions organized from above by right of authority and conquest, there may arise free unions organized from below by the free federation of communes into provinces, of provinces into the nation, and of nations into the United States of Europe. 50. True to insurrectionary form, Bakunin seemed never to learn from his own failings. The point I am trying to make here is that a theoretically and ideologically driven hope, rather than hard-headed analysis, drove Bakunin's politics. What marks out Proudhon's position from Bakunin's, by contrast, is not only his desire to retain the partition of Poland and his rejection of insurrectionary nationalism, but also the extensive historical, social, and political analysis he provides in support of his position. 51. Proudhon set out his observations in brief in the final part of his important but neglected essay S. Il traits de 1815 ont cesseur d'exister, 1863. These were themselves derived from a 900-page unpublished manuscript titled La Pologne, Considerations sur la vie et la mort des nationalités. 52 standard biographies suggest that the reason Proudhon refused to publish this work was that he feared his negative assessment of Polish and Slavic ambitions would rub salt into the wounds of revolutionary failure. Bakunin is said to have met with Proudhon in 1861, just as he was finalizing this manuscript and just as Bakunin was heading out on the ill-fated War-Jackson affair. Little wonder Proudhon refrained from publicly denouncing the Polish uprisings at that time. In this essay, Proudhon argued that Polish society consisted of two classes, nobility and serf, with the former sustaining itself through simple parasitism on the latter. Proudhon remarked that if there has ever been a corner of the globe where it is true to say, from the perspective of practice rather than transcendent critique, that property is theft, it's in Poland. 53 Here he argued that the nobility had historically fought amongst themselves for seigneurial rights and routinely aligned with the three regional powers of Prussia, Russia, and Austria according to their own interdynastic interests. Much as Italy meant little before the same period, the population had little interest in Poland or, before the rejuvenation of history by the Romantic revolutionaries, in its past or place in the world. The nobility periodically wrote and devised constitutions that were not enacted, and generally did nothing to improve the lot of the people. This, Proudhon argued, is the opposite of what happened in other countries. Referring to Britain in an uncharacteristically generous way, Proudhon argued that the new middle classes, epitomized in the actions of men like Robert Owen, raised the moral and civic consciousness of the people through organizing social power and enacting and defending secular principles of justice against the interests and indifference of the landed nobility. In Poland, the church and nobility did nothing of the sort, and thus the position of the people remained abject. In other words, there were no intermediary social and political cleavages in Poland that, through acting against the interests of the nobility, would enact a variation on the civic constitutions that had been the emerging norm across Europe since 1815. With no countervailing domestic power, such as an emancipated serf population or a bourgeois middle class, to restrain and root the nobility in their own country, zones of influence were easily carved up between the main regional powers, and they became a major cause of European conflagration. 54 The prize of Polish lands was too much for its neighbors to resist, and with such little internal organic connection between people and state, and the willingness of the nobility to pander to regional powers, it was all too simple to annex the various principalities. Proudhon therefore argued that Poland ought to remain partitioned until a middle class could arise to temper the stark injustices in Polish society. 55 To say that this is contentious would be a gross understatement. Nevertheless, Proudhon continued that the ongoing partition of Poland was also central to European security and peace. It might also prove to be progressive if Polish civil society could be animated into political self-consciousness in opposition to the status quo. For example, in the late 18th century, Catherine II of Russia had proposed the creation of a new middle class by reforming the lower nobility and developing the peasantry into a commercial force by proposing to emancipate them. The nobility denounced Catherine and her plans and claimed it to be a plot against the existence of Poland itself, which to a large degree it was if we consider Poland at this time as nothing more than a collection of nobles, and from this moment, Proudhon argued, all was lost. 56 The first two divisions of Poland can thus be explained by the nobility's unmediated hatred of the serfs, preferring the partition of Poland to their emancipation in each case. Thankfully, Proudhon argued, this participation actually helped the serfs breathe, giving life to their political aspirations as a social class. However, quite contrary to Bakunin, Proudhon argued that the Congress of Vienna and the age of constitutions it ushered into Europe, despite retaining the partition of Poland, also gave civic and constitutional impetus to Polish political life. 57 The various constitutions drafted during this period were evidence of this. What was missing was a social force to enact and defend them. It was for these reasons that Polish nationalism was a contradiction in terms for Proudhon. He argued that since there was no organic link between the institution of the nobility and the population, since the population were an undifferentiated mass who were utterly disenfranchised, and because there were no institutions to link the people to one another and thus check the nobility, there was no way in which the people could come to govern themselves. Finally, since there was no nation as such, the championing of it was nonsensical. Since nationalism ought at least to be about self-government and autonomy of a nation, and since the people had not the means to realize it, nor inclination to believe in it, any plea for Polish nationalism would simply entrench the power of the nobility without redressing the issue of their allegiances and the stark social injustices that underpinned it. Polish nationalism, of the variety advocated by the vast majority of socialists, a nationalism tied to a spurious conception of confraternity and unity, was an unsophisticated panacea for a critically complex reality. Proudhon would not have the whole of Europe sacrifice the benefits of peace, predicated upon the strategic partitioning of Poland and the European balance of power, for the sake of an aristocratic and utopian revolutionary coalition for national autonomy and unity. 58. However, Proudhon did agree with Bakunin on one thing. If there were any cause for Polish nationalism, it should be based, he argued in 1861, upon a European conception of panslavism tied to a restoration of Slavic rights in Russia. This, he argued, would begin a process of realizing a cultural and historical foundation upon which to build a fight for civic political participation protected within the overarching structure of the 1815 balance of power. Furthermore, Proudhon argued that Russia should, and perhaps naively thought it would, take the initiative, much as Alexander II had done at home in 1861, in emancipating the serfs of Poland. He also argued that by suppressing Polish revolts in 1831, Imperial Russia began to galvanize a distinctly Polish nationality or martyrs for the homeland. In sum, the time simply was not right for the restoration of Poland, nor was Polish nationalism either in Poland's or in Europe's interests. The Republican revolutionaries of Poland, in Proudhon's final analysis, simply wanted to change the conditions of rule in their country for their own benefit, and the anarchists would be foolish to follow them. The consequences of this plan were too dangerous to be considered, and he argued, systematically, against Polish nationalism. At his most extreme, he even asked of Poland, "Estil, si malheureux de mourir. Is it really such a shame to die?" 59. This is clearly unfeeling and unhelpful at best, but as Norman Davis, one of the preeminent historians of Poland, has argued, the strength of the insurrectionary tradition in Poland bore no relation to the numbers of its adherents or to the outcome of its political program. It reflected not the support of the masses, but the intense dedication of its devotees, whose obstinate temper, conspiratorial habits, and unfailing guardianship of the Romantic approach to literature and history was effectively transmitted from generation to generation. 60. Tragically, attempts at Polish nationhood in the century leading up to the revival of the Kingdom of Poland by Germany in 1916 mocked the intelligence of those it sought to satisfy. 61. Moreover, in the 19th century, the Poles had been faced with a life of deprivation. In the 20th century, they were faced with extinction. 62. Again, fascism followed in the wake of nationalist revolutionary failure. Proudhon concluded that despite their differing contexts, both the Italian question and the Polish question ought to have been resolved by the principle of mutualist federation. He argued the following: I am perfectly convinced that the Polish question cannot be resolved in any other way than the Italian question, that is to say by federation. 63. It is to this federal solution that I will now turn, and in the conclusion I will draw out some of the implications for this analysis for contemporary anarchism's lack of engagement with international relations. International relations and the anarchist ideal. So how did Proudhon and Bakunin translate their empirical analysis of the dynamics of nationalism and the European balance of power into a coherent political and normative project? I will argue that while Bakunin has the fiery zeal that animated and whipped up the revolutionaries, Proudhon's more measured analysis drew, indeed continues to draw, charges that his ideas were counter-revolutionary. While Proudhon argued that Bakunin and the revolutionaries were right to want to change the world, their error was to perpetuate the religious dream by rushing off into a fantastic future instead of grasping the reality that crushes it. 64. Proudhon's analysis was, as briefly demonstrated, deeply historical. He also took many positives from the evolution of European states and the international order. Prior to the Treaty of Westphalia, perhaps the definitive moment in the history of the evolution of modern states, the religious authority of the Pope and his link to God set down the principle of Christian order. Proudhon argued that Westphalia signified less the emergence of the principle of statehood than, through the concept of the balance of power, the first shift towards recognizing secular conceptions of social equilibrium. 65. This implied that the people realized their own active political agency undirected by God or nature. Following the American example, as Proudhon recognized, the 1815 treaties, constituted in large part also by a new balance of power between the monarchies and the emergent middle classes, were examples of how Europe had constitutionalized itself internally, while the treaties that arose from the Congress of Vienna stipulated the parameters and principles of interstate relations. By way of empirical evidence, he lists nearly 100 constitutions that were ratified, replaced, and amended between 1789 and 1864. These may have been partly prompted by the desire to restrain the emancipated peoples and emergent socialist movement, but the political progress it signified was something the left ought to have championed but did not. From his vantage point, it seemed to Proudhon that a natural European order had emerged. The existing states of Europe might be seen to be the final product of a centralizing and unifying movement, just as the current geological constitution is the product of the final revolution of the globe. In posing the principle of equilibrium, the Treaty of Westphalia signifies the moment at which the centralizing tendency began to come to an end. The treaties of 1815, in opening the constitutional era, prepared this dissolution. 66. Proudhon called for a new equilibrium of political power, a new balance of asymmetric power. The time had come for the working class to express its political capacity as a self-conscious, plural movement alongside the nobility, kings, the commons, or the bourgeoisie. If and when the working class had a sense, and manifested its political capacity, then the social order would be based on its true foundations. He called for a constitutionalist approach to calibrating this new social equilibrium. He argued that this would constitute the next stage in a European historical process wherein social orders break down, recalibrate and become constitutionally recognized or encoded. But for the dissolution of states to take place, Proudhon argued that European peace had first to be ensured, and it could only be ensured if the balance of power was equitably entrenched at three different levels at once: the international, the social, and the economic. First, the international balance of power had to be stabilized. Whether or not the costs of doing this were beyond what could be reasonably accepted depended on one's theory of world politics and of revolutionary social change. Indeed, it still does. Anarchists today have not sufficiently reflected on these issues such that any final conclusions can be drawn from existing first principles. Still, stabilizing the international equilibrium for Proudhon depended on the partition and ultimately the federation of Poland, the promotion of Italian federalism and the liberty of Belgium and the Low Countries, which were a buffer zone between France, Germany, and Britain. For Proudhon, the liberty of the latter and the partition of Poland had both protected the benign historical development of Europe by neutralizing the domination of any one power and by protecting the autonomy of peoples. Whoever violates this order is guilty before the human race. 67 He stated emphatically. The second balance of power was the social one. Here, treaties were merely an international version of domestic constitutionalism. For Proudhon, constitutions reflect and formalize social relations and embed balances of power. They do not reflect a transcendent political order as was claimed by the liberals and monarchists. Again, the 100-plus constitutions in the immediate post-revolutionary period were his evidence of this. Proudhon was essentially arguing that if states can live in a condition of relatively constitutionalist anarchy, then why couldn't other relatively autonomous social groups? If states could realistically be federated, as they had in the US and Switzerland to good effect, why could something more progressive than what existed not be advocated at a social and economic level? Anarchy ought to be the constitutive principle of all social order, not just the international, and constitutionalism ought to be post-sovereign, or post-unity, or post-centralist. The rise of the working class suggested a new collective force in society whose power and autonomy ought to be constitutionally recognized and calibrated. The challenge for the 19th century was to articulate the principle of working class unity and a vision for the future. Thus, writing some 23 years after he first identified his position as anarchist, Proudhon found evidence in support of anarchism as a political and economic ideology here, in the relations between states. The treaties of Westphalia signified the source of the radical reconstruction of social order tout court since it began the secularization of politics and showed that political orders are in actual fact premised on human rather than divine principles and regulated not by God or a natural order, but by humans. The French Revolution should reclaim this tradition from the Treaty of Westphalia 68, he argued, not that of an eternal European order. Mutualism and/or federalism were central to this radical reconstruction. Mutualism was, like the commutative relations at the interstate level, a principle of social order that needed no center. Unlike distributive conceptions of justice and social order, which presuppose a center to collect and redistribute, commutative relations can be organized federally or confederally, a semantic distinction not available to Proudhon, without center or circumference. 69. This political vision had an economic corollary. Capitalist economic relations are legally hierarchic, with private property signifying the legal domain of the owner over his possessions, including the labor of his workers. Remove this legal defense of large-scale industrial property, Proudhon argued, and replace it with commutatively, rather than nationally, socialized property and labor relations, and society would thus be transformed. The mutualist contract is the social contract par excellence. It excludes all egoism, all parasitism, the arbitrary, all agiotage currency exchange fees, all dissolution. 70. The way to realize this is through radical democratic processes that allow the fullest number to decide over the greatest variety of issues, including economic ones usually excluded in liberal and bourgeois republicanism. If the political right is inherent to man and citizen, consequently if the vote must be direct, the same right is also inherent, with stronger reason, to each group of naturally trained citizens, to each corporation, each commune, or city, and the vote in each one of these groups, must also be direct. 71. Thus not only individuals, but groups ought also to be constitutionally recognized at the domestic level. Central to this was recognizing the political capacity of the working class, the title of his last work, not through statist representation, but through autonomous self-governance constitutionally recognized and maintained by the force of numbers and self-conscious power. Once social order was ensured through mutualist federalism, it would, Proudhon argued, become less possible for states to wage wars because they could not raise the taxes to pay for it without the direct consent of the people, they could not raise the armies to fight, and the absence of abject social poverty would be less of a prompt for people to fight for the spoils of war. Proudhon's analysis was based on the Swiss Confederation, but his anarchism is socially revolutionary precisely because it halts the adventurism of states by hitting them where it hurts the most, in the pocket. Proudhon's early work calls for the erasure of states altogether. In Du Principe Federative he argues for states that resemble the cantons of Switzerland, with political, social and economic cleavages delegating to aggregate decision-making bodies. 72. This detail often elides superficial readings, but the states Proudhon advocates towards the end of his life are nothing like the ones he had fought against for the previous 25 years. His use of the word state is confusing, but it is not a contradiction. It is nevertheless arguably a form of revolutionary conservatism. Bakunin, by contrast, did not have much to say about the balance of power as such, nor did he seem to appreciate its structural constraints and its power to limit the ambitions of revolutionaries in more localized contexts. Bakunin followed Napoleon III, Mazzini and others in his desire to see the 1815 imperial settlement wrecked, with little or any sense of the dystopia that would follow. What would replace states and what would stop states from invading fledgling Bakuninist communes such as in Spain? Despite being one of Proudhon's closest friends and intellectual compatriots, it is doubtful he ever read any of Proudhon's works on Poland, Italy, or the balance of power. In Statism and Anarchy, his key text in later life, his only reference to Proudhon was to argue that, for all his efforts to ground himself in reality, Proudhon was an idealist and a metaphysician. His starting point is the abstract idea of right. 73. This comment hardly gives one much to work with, but has generally been adopted by the anarchist and Marxist faithful ever since. Bakunin's proclamations were populist and lack substance. For example, in his final speech to the League of Peace and Freedom, he denounced states altogether and rephrased his anarchism. And so I must come to this conclusion: he who is with us desires the establishment of freedom, justice, and peace. He who desires the triumph of humanity and the complete liberation of the mass of the people, must desire with us the destruction of all states and the foundation on their ruins of a world federation of free productive associations of all countries. 74. The League, with its bourgeois and conservative leaders, was not up to the task. The tool had been tried, it had been found unsuitable, it had to be thrown away, it only remained to seek another. The International Workingmen's Association presents itself as such. 75. From then on Bakunin's focus became entirely workerist and internationalist, but always linked to a revolutionary and romantic nationalism. Among the unintended consequences of this policy was to aggravate the powers of Europe into war with the socialists who would not join the government, and a skillful outmaneuvering of the populism of those who would. Bismarck was the expert here, and again, fascism followed. 76. With the fall of the Commune and his expulsion from the International, Bakunin belatedly came to see the full implications of this German nationalism. Irked also by Marx's authoritarianism, his statism and anarchy is Germanophobic. He rightly worries about the future of Europe with a new and more virulent form of Napoleonic power in the ascendancy. 77. Again, he comes to this a little late, but then so did most of Europe. For example, Proudhon believed Germany was heading for a peaceful federation of peoples where all would be able to enjoy the fruits of unity without any of the risks of centralization. 78. Conclusion. Anarchists must take international relations more seriously, and to do so must think carefully about the autonomous power of states at the international level as well as of class and other forms of social power in the domestic context, and then see how each level interacts. Without this analysis of how state and international society interact, anarchism will always flounder when it comes to the realistic basis of its political programs. Turning to the international can also open up the range of the possible and give any normative analysis more depth and consistency. I have also argued that faith in the possibility of an anarchist future is unrealistic as a form of social analysis and as a political program. It has failed in the past and will likely fail again. I have made this argument by comparing Bakunin and Proudhon's visions of anarchism and the place of the international therein. For Proudhon, European international relations were a window onto all social relations. By this I mean Proudhon believed that international relations exhibited the model social order for domestic relations, a self-regulating, in the future socialist, anarchy of social groups loosely federated and internally democratic and constitutionalist. All social groups ought to socialize their internal property relations, organize democratically and constitutionalize their internal relations. Federation between social groups, from the bottom upwards, is the natural corollary. I have also argued that insurrectionary nationalism, a blind faith in the downtrodden and an essential human nature that would spring up once the yoke of empire was removed, was naive and did not reflect the weight of evidence. I would conclude that Bakunin's anarchism is therefore fundamentally flawed. Bakunin advocated an international order much like the one Proudhon had championed, but his faith in the people was misplaced, his later workerist blinkers no less so, and his theory of spontaneous revolution tragically utopian. His failure to comprehend the precarious equilibrium between states and his insistence that revolutionary nationalism would bring about their demise was tragic. Proudhon's principle of federation seems, with hindsight, a far more practical and realistic path to social stability and benign social change than Bakunin's in the contexts in which they were advanced, which raises serious questions for contemporary insurrectionary anarchisms. Recall that Gordon argued two things. First, that anarcho-syndicalists had an overly romantic view of the nation and the ability of working-class mobilization to provide the ends we all crave. It seems that anarcho-syndicalists are not only hamstrung where no such class consciousness exists but, I would add, that they have also forgotten their history. However, Gordon also argued that anarchists are not only wasting their time in speculating about international affairs, they are also being decidedly unanarchistic. Not only are politicians not exactly asking anarchists their opinion, but also, to offer a strategy of social change informed by and reflective upon the dynamics of international relations would be a strategy far removed from anarchism. I have tried to show that if anarchists do not bear in mind history and the international context, and frame their prescriptions in terms which take these questions into consideration, they will simply fail. I do not propose to offer simple anarchistic answers to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, that would demand another paper, probably a book, but I would suggest that if anarchists want to have any relevance in contemporary political debate, they need to understand and pay attention to international politics more not less, and they need to move away from the tried, tested and failed Bakuninist dogmas. Proudhon surely offers an alternative, but it is impossible here to reflect on how we might use his writings to understand the contemporary world order. 79. That said, a few general points can be made. Proudhon's writings would suggest that in order to be realistic about our prospects for large-scale social change we must first conduct rigorous class and historical analysis before the advocacy of insurrection. Anarchist analysis demands an understanding of the regional power balances before one tries to overturn them. Finally, respect people's political choices and build mutual trust through institutions, however informal, and in this sense I agree with Gordon, before smashing or advocating the dismantling of what little the downtrodden have. Anarchists would also do well to recognize that Proudhon had quite considerable foresight, and this historical I told you so is not insignificant. Expanding his analysis into a full-blown theory of international politics is beyond the scope of this conclusion, but I would argue that a return to his thought might be a worthwhile endeavor for anyone with an interest in how anarchism can speak to the international or interstate context in which all our actions inevitably take place. This article was completed during an ESRC postdoctoral fellowship at the University of Bristol. I hereby gratefully acknowledge this support. Grant Code, PDA 026-27-2404. I would like to thank two anonymous reviewers, Jean-Christophe Angot, Yuri Gordon, Piki Ish Shalom, Ruth Kinna, George Lawson, Paul McLaughlin, and participants at the International History Group seminar at the Department of International Politics, Aberystwyth University for extremely valuable comments on an earlier draft of this paper. Unless indicated by the source text, all translations and errors are my own. Alex Pritchard is LSE Fellow in International Relations at the London School of Economics. He was awarded his PhD from Loughborough University in 2008 and has since held posts at the universities of Bath and Bristol. He is currently finalizing a book on the international political theory of Pierre-Joseph Proudhon and completing a number of articles bringing anarchism to the discipline of international relations and world politics to anarchist thought. He is a founding member and convener of the PSA Anarchist Studies Network. Email, w.a.pritchard@lse.ac.uk. Notes. Henry Adams and André Belly. The Explosive Mind. Caroline V. Hamilton. Abstract. Although they belong to different generations, the Russian novelist André Belly, 1880–1934, and the American writer Henry Adams, 1838–1918, were conservative anti-statists who responded in illuminatingly similar ways to the new century. Both framed their anti-statism in generational terms. Both deployed the imagery of chaos and explosion to meditate upon what is often called the crisis of European civilization, of which anarchism, the Russian Revolution, and World War I were manifestations. While neither the Education of Henry Adams, 1907, nor Belly's high modernist novel Petersburg, 1913, attempts to represent anarchism as a political movement, they have related concerns: anarchy and chaos, force and power, the divided or fragmented self, Russia as a natural site for anarchy, an ambivalent fascination with oppositional politics. I call Belly and Adams fellow travelers of anarchism, despite that ambivalence and their self-contradictory political attitudes, because they recognize and invoke the anarchist sublime. Keywords: anarchism, dynamite, Henry Adams, Andrei Bely, Russian Revolution of 1905, Peter Kropotkin, Plave, Alfred Nobel, Madame Curie, Tolstoy. Bombs educate vigorously. Henry Adams. In 1864, Emil Nobel and 4 other people were killed while working with nitroglycerin in the explosives factory of Emil's older brother Alfred. The Swedish government closed down the factory, and Alfred resumed his experiments on a barge. 3 years after his brother's death, he invented dynamite, a mixture of nitroglic arene and kieselguhr, a porous silicious earth, safer to handle than pure nitroglycerin, set off with a blasting cap or detonator that Nobel perfected. The invention of dynamite made Alfred Nobel a rich man. He patented it in Sweden, Britain, and the United States, and improved on his recipe, substituting wood pulp for kieselguhr, adding sodium nitrate, and later inventing a more powerful gelatinous version. A recluse, bachelor, and pacifist, Nobel would leave much of his fortune for annual, international prizes, to be awarded, as he specified, in chemistry, medicine, physics, literature and peace, to those who had contributed to the betterment of mankind. One dynamite was widely used during Nobel's lifetime in mining, railroad construction, quarries, and other destructively constructive projects. Chemically, it is a high or detonating explosive, as opposed to a low or deflagrating explosive. Nitroglycerin is its sensitizer. High explosives expand rapidly, producing heat and gases. The chemical reaction spreads in a detonation wave, a particular kind of shock wave possessing constant amplitude and velocity. Shock waves in turn are a kind of acoustic wave, which is why dynamite explosions make a loud noise. In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, dynamite became associated with the political violence of revolutionary anarchism. It improved the odds, allowing a single worker to strike a palpable blow. In his history of the period, Eric Hobsbawm refers to the anarchist epidemic of assassinations in the 1890s, to which 2 monarchs, 2 presidents, and 1 prime minister fell victim. 2 ordinary people were killed too. Emile Henry tossed a bomb into a Parisian restaurant, later explaining, "There are no innocent bourgeois." In Chicago in 1886, working men gathered at the Haymarket for a rally. When the police showed up, someone in the crowd hurled a bomb at them. 8 anarchists were held responsible and hanged. In 1893, Auguste Vaillant threw a bomb from the gallery into the French Chamber of Deputies. No one was killed, but Vaillant was executed, crying "Vive l'anarchie!" As a metaphor of sudden expansion and violent destruction, dynamite would capture the fin de siècle imagination as computer jargon does today. In one of her essays on the drama, Goldman wrote of Ibsen, "Ghosts has acted like a bomb explosion, shaking the social structure to its very foundations." 3. As the guillotine had been for the French Revolution, the bomb became the signature or signifier of anarchism. It signified was social revolution, cosmic chaos. The anarchist infatuation with the bomb during the turn of the century was indicative of a tendency to represent material events in a metaphoric, even aestheticized, way. The discourse of the bomb belongs to the dynamical or revolutionary sublime, which the anarchists imagined as ushering in the stateless utopia, implicitly ruled by the aesthetic category of the beautiful. All violence, even that motivated by understandable outrage, is irreconcilable with any notion of beauty. No matter how vile the target, he inevitably becomes an object of sympathy once he too is reduced to the state of suffering, frightened humanity. Alexander Berkman attacked Frick because of his sympathy for the homestead workers, whose sufferings Frick had caused. Berkman's motivation can be understood. The whole country seemed appalled by the homestead lockout. But once Frick lay bleeding on his office floor, it was Berkman who became the monster. By the same token, during their trials and executions, the Haymarket anarchists and Sacco and Vanzetti aroused the sympathy of many middle-class Americans, who suddenly saw anarchists as individuals, as human beings like themselves. As a political tactic, violence often seems to be self-defeating, and the more anarchists were identified with violence, the more unsympathetic they seemed to outsiders. But, as workers pointed out, the ruling classes were unlikely to give up their privileges and possessions unless forced to do so. Humanitarian persuasion had made no headway with plantation owners, it had taken a civil war to free the American slaves. At the end of the 19th century, Europe seemed to many anarchists a vast gunpowder keg, needing only the right spark to set it off. For its historical specificity and metaphorical implications make the dynamite bomb a particularly appropriate master trope for modernist literature. To political opponents of anarchism, the revolutionary bomb signifies the destruction of order, but to some modernists the bomb had a positive charge. Conservative anti-statists. Although they belonged to different generations, the Russian novelist Andrei Bely, 1880–1934, and the American writer Henry Adams, 1838–1918, were conservative anti-statists who responded in illuminatingly similar ways to the new century. Both framed their anti-statism in generational terms. Both were interested in modern science and mathematics, though Bely sought to present his version of mysticism as a science, while Adams grappled with scientific orthodoxies. Like Adams, Bely, whose father was a mathematician, was fascinated by new theories about mathematics and physics, natural forces, energy, infinity, unity, disorder. 5. I call Bely and Adams fellow travelers of anarchism, despite their ambivalent and self-contradictory political attitudes, because they recognize and invoke the anarchist sublime. Henry Adams and Andrei Bely deploy the imagery of chaos and explosion to meditate upon what is often called the crisis of European civilization, of which anarchism, the Russian Revolution, and World War I were manifestations. While neither The Education of Henry Adams, hereafter referenced as A.H., 1907, nor Bely's high modernist novel Petersburg, hereafter referenced as P. 1913, attempts to represent anarchism as a political movement, they have related concerns: anarchy and chaos, force and power, the divided or fragmented self, Russia as a natural site for anarchy, an ambivalent fascination with oppositional politics. The contemporaneity of the two texts is even more specific. Petersburg is set during the 1905 Russian Revolution, and The Education concludes with the year 1905. For both writers, furthermore, order is culture and anarchy is nature. A particular bomb appears in both Petersburg and The Education. Both texts specifically allude to the assassination of the notorious Russian Minister of the Interior Vyacheslav von Plehve, killed by a bomb thrown by a socialist revolutionary on July 28, 1904. 6. In his own account of 1905, Leon Trotsky evocatively describes Plehve: he loathed the revolution with the fierce loathing of a police detective grown old in his profession, threatened by a bomb from around every corner. He pursued sedition with bloodshot eyes, but in vain. 7. The assassination was carried out by the Battle Organization, the terrorist wing of the Social Revolutionists, and was approved by Evnoazev, who was both head of the Battle Organization and a secret agent of the police. 8. Almost everyone except the Tsar was happy about Plehve's death. 9. Edward Judge, Plehve's biographer, writes that by arousing or increasing the enmity of almost every segment of the population, he had set in motion the forces which had led to the Russian Revolution of 1905. And accordingly he was the principal author of this revolution. 10. One of Petersburg's main characters, Apollon Apollonovitch, is a friend and protege of Plehve who occasionally thinks of the assassination. 11. At the end of chapter 32 of The Education, Adams is wandering through the streets of Troyes when he sees a notice posted in a shop window announcing the minister's assassination in St. Petersburg. What Adams describes as the mad mixture of Russia and the Crusades causes him to enter a nearby church and admire its windows as he ponders the nexus of history and politics. Was assassination forever to be the last word of progress, he wonders. The church seems all the more serene for its contrast with explosive murder, and Adams wonders with whom the conservative Christian anarchist should identify, the victim or the assassin. The conservative Christian anarchist. In a description that might apply to André Belly too, Jackson Lears describes Henry Adams as an anti-modern modernist whose yearnings for authenticity and faith coincided with his acceptance of a fragmented self in a fragmented universe. Accordingly, Adams prefigured the modern consciousness celebrated by many avant-garde artists and intellectuals in the 20th century. 12. Adams's disturbing anti-Semitism, hostility to immigrants and nostalgia for the past were among his reactionary traits. His intellectual heroes, high priests, were Alexis de Tocqueville and John Stuart Mill. According to Adams's biographer Ernest Samuels, he had come wholly under the sway of his Mill's libertarian doctrines. 13. The two figures are suggestive of the complexities and potential contradictions of Adams's politics. Tocqueville combined aristocratic loyalties and a belief in the organic ties of feudal communities with a dislike of the cash nexus and a fear of what he famously called the tyranny of the majority. The author of On Liberty, Mill was a libertarian and an individualist, and a proponent of women's rights who advocated a fairer distribution of wealth and admired the American anarchist Josiah Warren, but who feared democracy, revolution, and socialism. 14. Critics have puzzled over Adams's description of himself as a conservative Christian anarchist. Peter Kahn explains it as follows: if we understand Adams's witty formulation properly and loosely, if we take it to summarize a profound internal dialectic, a conflict between tradition and innovation, between control and independence, between order and liberation, then we might accept Adams's phrase as an epigraph to the cultural history of the period. 15. Kahn's response is smart and suggestive of the political, but insufficiently specific. Catherine Hales reads Adams's phrase as a three-part structure marked by a void, a paradoxical antithesis. 16. Other possible formulations, however, would have provided the same tripartite structure or seeming antithesis: pacifist revolutionary aristocrat, for example. So why this particular choice? It is not difficult to accept Adams's characterization of himself as conservative. What immediately distinguished him from other boys is not character, he explains in the beginning of The Education, but education as a result of that 18th century inheritance which he took with his name, Aha, 7. It is the sense of belonging to the past that grounds Adams's conservatism for the rest of his life. His loyalties lie with Quincy, the 18th century home of his grandfather John Quincy Adams, not with Boston, home of his capitalist grandfather Brooks. Aha, 21-22. In the first chapter of The Education, these themes are already evident. The atmosphere of education in which he lived was colonial, revolutionary, almost Cromwellian. Adams writes, as though he were steeped, from his greatest grandmother's birth, in the door of political crime. Aha, 7. Resistance to authority, as both a New England and Adams family trait, first evinces itself in the boy Henry's rebellion one day against going to school, the education that he hated. Aha, 12. His grandfather, former President John Quincy Adams, walks him silently to school. A series of doublings and oppositions is introduced: New England summers contrasted with New England winters, mercantile Boston with agrarian Quincy, giving the boy a double nature. Aha, 9. The boy Henry takes sides early: town Boston was restrained, law, unity. Country, only 7 miles away Quincy, was liberty, diversity, outlawry. Aha, 8. The young conservative Christian anarchist prefers liberty and outlawry. The first part of The Education, observes Carolyn Porter, reveals the incoherence of the authoritative systems, social, political, intellectual, presiding over 19th century society. 17. The word anarchist encodes for Adams American, anti-statist, scientist and anti-capitalist. It is remarkable that Adams would label himself thus in light of his ancestry, direct descent from two heads of state, and despite the 1901 assassination of McKinley by a self-proclaimed anarchist. Adams's anti-capitalism is explicit in The Education. He had, in a half-hearted way, struggled all his life against State Street, banks, capitalism altogether as he knew it in Old England or New England. Aha, 335, and of all forms of society or government, This capitalism was the one he liked least. Aha, 344. Capitalism is inherently anti-conservative, in that, as Marx writes in the Communist Manifesto, its constant revolutionizing of production, uninterrupted disturbance of all social relations, everlasting uncertainty and agitation, distinguish the bourgeois epoch from all earlier times. 18 Adams also specifies that he is a Christian anarchist, thereby presumably distinguishing himself from the atheist and Jewish anarchists, but Adams feels some vocational calling. Nature had given to the boy Henry, he writes, a character that, in any previous century, would have led him into the church. Aha, 26. Yet history and culture trump this natural inclination. Adams admits that neither to him nor to his brothers or sisters was religion real. The religious instinct had vanished and could not be revived. Aha, 34. As is apparent in Mont Saint-Michel and Chartres, Adams's Christianity is primarily aesthetic, taking the form of an attraction to the thought and architecture of the Middle Ages. But the Church finds itself at odds with modern science, whose theories prompt Adams's most profound engagement with anarchy. Belly's political contradictions. Because of his attraction to the occult, his occasional anti-Semitism, and his fear of the East, André Belly might be taken for yet another modernist reactionary, appropriate company for Eliot and Pound. In Literature and Revolution, Leon Trotsky analyzes the politics of Belly and his fellow Russian symbolists scathingly but with insight, observing, Belly's roots are in the past. But where is the old harmony now? On the contrary, everything seems shaken up to Belly, everything is aslant, everything is thrown out of equilibrium. 19 According to Trotsky, Belly is a conservative, nostalgic for the aristocratic, pastoral Russia of Tolstoy, Goncharov, and Turgenev. Belly's apparent dynamics mean only a running around and a struggling on the mounds of a disappearing and disintegrating old regime. His verbal twists lead nowhere. He has no hint of ideal revolutionism. In his core he is a realistic and spiritual conservative who has lost the ground under his feet and is in despair. Torn from the pivot of custom and individualism, Belly wishes to replace the whole world with himself, to build everything anew from himself and through himself, to discover everything anew in himself, but his works, with all their different artistic values, invariably represent a poetic or spiritualist sublimation of the old customs. 20. Belly is more complex than Trotsky grants. His biographer, John Ellsworth, writes, since the autumn of 1905, when he had witnessed the rising in Moscow and voted for the transformation of the university into a revolutionary tribunal, and even taken an active part when the university was then besieged, Belly's sympathies had been on the side of the revolutionary movement. 21. Among Belly's friends in this period were young men who identified themselves as anarchists, such as Lev Lvovich Kabylinsky and Leonid Semyonov. 22 In a letter to Bloch in December 1911, Belly wrote, referring to the influence of Gregory Chulkov and Ivanov, we were all mystical anarchists at that time. 23 A personal acquaintance of Belly, Nikolai Berdyaev, 1874–1948, describes him as a revolutionary, not a reactionary, a literary cubist and the only genuine and significant futurist in Russian literature. 24 In a passage that evokes the bomb, Berdyaev declares, Belly belongs to a new era where the perception of man as a whole has been shaken and man is passing through a process of fission. Belly plunges man into cosmic infinity, he hands him over to be torn by cosmic whirlwinds. 25. American and Russian anti-statism. Who does not desire his father's death, asks Ivan Karamazov. Both Adams and Belly represent anarchism as a revolt of the sons against the ruling fathers. In keeping with a master trope of Russian literature, Belly figures political strife as intergenerational. The plot of Petersburg turns on the assignment of Nicholas Apollonovich to assassinate his father, Apollon Apollonovich, a powerful government minister. Because an anarchist is above all an anti-statist, Adams, descended from two heads of state, is implicated in an anti-patriarchal stance. The native lands of Belly and Adams, Russia, and the United States, share some obvious but striking similarities: their immense size and diverse populations, ambivalent attitudes toward Europe, the institutions of serfdom, abolished in 1861, and slavery, abolished in 1863. Both also have an indigenous tradition of anti-statist thought. The anarchists Bakunin, Kropotkin, Tolstoy, Emma Goldman, and Alexander Berkman were all Russian by birth. Like Joseph Conrad, Henry Adams articulates the rather startling notion that the United States is a country particularly hospitable to anarchism. 26. The tension between the powerful Tsarist bureaucracy and the anarchic Russian people echoes the founding American struggle between the urban centralism of Alexander Hamilton and the decentralist rural life championed by Jefferson. One version of Russian anti-statism is nihilism, often confused with anarchism and made infamous by Bakunin's disciple Sergei Nechayev. 27. Nihilists, Peter Kropotkin explains, insist on reason and on absolute sincerity, on the rejection of the conventional lies of civilized mankind, including religion and sentimentalism, and art was also negated, since every object of art was bought with money exacted from starving peasants or from underpaid workers. 28. The Russian nihilists appear in numerous famous 19th-century novels, including Turgenev's Fathers and Sons, Dostoevsky's The Devils, Chernyshevsky's What Is to Be Done, and Goncharov's Precipice. Turgenev and Dostoevsky represent nihilism as a rebellion of the sons against the fathers, a theme that Belly adopts in Petersburg. Anti-statism has a distinguished lineage in American history and literature. Historians and proponents of anarchism have found evidence of anti-statist thought in antinomianism, Anne Hutchinson, Thomas Jefferson, Tom Paine, Charles Brockden Brown, and the Transcendentalists, Emerson, Thoreau, Whitman. In America, Adams writes in The Education, all were conservative Christian anarchists, the faith was national, racial, geographic. The true American had not seen such supreme virtue in any of the innumerable shades between social anarchy and social order as to mark it for exclusively human and his own. He had never known a complete union either in church or state or thought, and had never seen any need for it. Aha, 408. It is in this sense, the revolutionary nature of the American character in the absence of the crushing European institutions of church and state, that every American is an anarchist. But while Russian anarchism is collectivist, American anarchism is predominantly individualist. At Walden Thoreau does not start a commune but separates himself from his fellows. American anarchist and Wagner buff Benjamin Tucker was a leading exponent of individualist libertarian thought. In Anarchy and Authority in American Literature, Irving Howe cites the propertyless status and wandering propensities of Natty Bumppo, Huck Finn, and Jim, all fleeing the encroaching state in the clash between anarchic yearning and fixed authority. 29. According to Adams, Russia is even more anarchic than the United States. He calls Russia's opposite condition a more interesting phase of conservative Christian anarchy, citing the dominance, not the absence, of a powerful church and state, the presence of Orthodox Jews and virgin-adoring peasants, of nomads and tribes. The contrast is between America's hasty and unsure acceleration and Russian inertia. Aha, 411. It seems to Adams that this inertia is virtually racial. The Russian people could never have changed, could they ever be changed? Aha, 409. The primitiveness of the Russians causes Adams to doubt the truth of evolution and progress. In the Russian idea, Berdiaev substantiates some of Adams's intuitions about the Russian character, devoting a chapter to Russian anarchism, the causes of which, he suggests, are both historical and psychological. Throughout the 19th century the intelligentsia fought against the empire and professed a stateless non-authoritarian ideal, and created extreme forms of anarchist ideology. An original anarchic element may be discerned in all social tendencies of the Russian 19th century, both religious and anti-religious, in the great Russian writers, in the very make-up of the Russian character, a make-up which certainly did not lend itself to being organized. Among a people who were anarchist in their fundamental bent, there existed a state that developed to a monstrous degree, and an all-powerful bureaucracy surrounding an autocratic czar and separating him from the people. The Russian feeling for freedom was connected with anarchism rather than with the strict principle of liberalism. 30. According to Berdyaev, Russian anarchism and mysticism are not strange bedfellows as they would be in the West. They are combined in the Christian anarchism of Lev Tolstoy, whom Belly knew as a child. In The Law of Love and the Law of Violence. 1908, a text closely contemporary with The Education and Petersburg, Tolstoy wrote, "People are so accustomed to the political structure in which they live that to them it seems an unavoidably permanent form of human existence. But it only seems so, people have lived and do live, outside the political structure. The state is only a temporary thing and in no way a permanent feature of human life." 31. Political Petersburg. Russian writers of the 19th century tended to fall into two camps, those who, like Turgenev, admired European culture and institutions, and the Slavophiles who, like Dostoevsky, feared that European influences would destroy Russian culture and religion. 32. The focus for some of this debate was the city of Petersburg, the Venice of the North, built by Peter the Great according to a European model in the marshes and fog of western Russia. As the city was founded by and named after a czar and became the site of a vast government bureaucracy, it is an appropriate image for that state which anarchists sought to destroy. Alexander Pushkin's poem The Bronze Horseman, whose title refers to a statue of Peter, describes the flooding of the city and the resulting madness of a poor clerk who imagines that the statue comes to life and pursues him. As one critic writes, from Pushkin onward, the Petersburg cityscape, centering around the Neva River, would embody the image of a cosmos never wholly safe from the incursions of that chaos from which it was wrested. 33. Nikolai Gogol, whose famous story about a government clerk, The Overcoat, is set in Petersburg, wrote to his mother, "Petersburg is not half what I expected, I had thought of it as much more beautiful, magnificent. All the civil servants and officials can talk about is their department or government office, everything seems to have been crushed under a great weight." 34. In Notes from Underground, Dostoevsky called Petersburg the most abstract and premeditated town on the whole terrestrial globe. 35. The novel Petersburg is as formally innovative and politically ambivalent as almost any of its canonical Anglo-American counterparts. It contains at least two related major plots, one concerning the assignment of a young man to blow up his father, a government official, with a bomb, the other concerning the same young man's thwarted love for a married woman. Both plots play upon familiar thematics of Russian literature and both interweave the public and the private, the political and the metaphysical. As with Joyce's Ulysses and Kafka's novels, however, literary critics have tended to neglect the political dimension of Petersburg in favor of its color symbolism, Freudianism, appropriation of mystical systems, and indebtedness to Gogol, Dostoevsky, and other Russian novelists. Also, like Ulysses, Petersburg might seem anarchic at first reading, but it contains a complex, orderly network of relationships. These in turn are subverted, even jeopardized, by the imminence of explosion. Because Petersburg's fictional and historical context is a revolutionary one, a reading of its politics is necessary to its interpretation. No single reading can exhaust the possible interpretations of such a multifaceted novel. But as the copious notes to the authoritative translation of the novel suggests, Belly did have contemporary social issues and political figures in mind as he wrote. Like Berman in All That Is Solid Melts into Air, therefore, I want to situate the novel in the context of the 1905 revolution, and to recover its political unconscious. Unlike Berman, however, I am arguing that anarchy and anarchism are constitutive of the aesthetics and politics of the novel. It might even be argued that the political unconscious of Petersburg is anarchist in the broadest sense of the word, at the level of narration. In an article on the linguistic features of the novel, Cynthia Simmons considers Belly's use of non-authoritarian discourse, meaning that characters are not speaking through the author. 36 Non-authoritarian narrative forms, she explains, create an atmosphere of verbal, as well as material, chaos and discourse failure. In particular, she notes the presence of free indirect discourse, the form of non-authoritarian discourse most conducive to the intermingling of codes, Bakhtin's polyphony. Accordingly, Belli's own philosophical and political ideas are not imposed on the characters. The individualization of codes serves to counter the authority and personality of the narrator. Since authority was the chief target of anarchists, Simmons's argument is suggestive for a reading of Petersburg's politics. Indeed, both authority and authorship are thematist and problematist. The narrative strategy of Petersburg is radical precisely in what might be regarded as its anarchist refusal to endorse any single authority or point of view. If indeterminacy and non-authoritarian features are coded into the very fabric of the narration, anarchy is the decentering center of Belli's aesthetic. The 1905 revolution's most infamous event took place in Petersburg on January 9, Bloody Sunday, when hundreds of workers who marched on the Winter Palace to plead with the Tsar were murdered in the streets. The successful Russian Revolution of 1917 has overshadowed the failed revolution of 1905, but according to Adam Ulam, the revolution of 1905 was the most elemental and all-encompassing of the three the country was to experience in this century. The volume and ubiquity of revolutionary turbulence surpassed anything which was to be witnessed either in February or in October 1917. 37 And while the Russian Revolution has also become falsely synonymous with a single group, Lenin's 13,000 Bolsheviks, these were by no means the only revolutionaries on the Russian scene. 38 In addition to the 18,000 Mensheviks there was the much larger group of socialist revolutionaries, whose program and tactics were a curious blend of old populism, Marxism, and outright anarchism. 39 There were also anarchists proper, anarchist communists, anarcho-syndicalists, and individualist anarchists, among them members of avant-garde circles in the arts and disaffected former members of the Socialist Revolutionaries and Social Democrats. 41 Historian of the 1905 Revolution describes the anarchists' role in events as follows. Once the revolution of 1905 began, some Social Democrats and SRS came under the spell of the anarchist creed. Although a few anarchist groups followed the more benign teachings of Kropotkin and devoted themselves to propaganda and agitation among the masses, in 1905 the advocates of terrorism held sway within the movement. Adhering to Bakunin's well-known dictum that the urge to destroy is also a creative urge and convinced that their acts of violence would stimulate the yearning for revenge by the masses against their exploiters, the terrorists carried out numerous armed robberies to enable them to secure weapons, which they used to assassinate officials. In the last months of 1905 hardly a day passed without some anarchist outrage being reported in the daily press. 41. It is the SR, with its anarchist wing and tendencies, who, I suspect, figure as the conspirators in Belli's Petersburg. The novel's historical referents to anarchism are, first, the actual presence of anarchist terrorists in the 1905 revolution, second, the philosophical presence of mystical anarchism, with which Belli was familiar, and, third, the metaphor of the bomb, which in this period is always an anarchist signifier. Another historical footnote to the novel is the importance of double agents and provocateurs to the 1905 revolution. The secret police, in the form of the agent provocateur Lipinenko, are also present in Petersburg. In a misguided strategy, the secret police chief Serge Zubitov, who had been a member of the Radical People's Will, sought to unionize workers and align them with the Tsar, but succeeded primarily in educating them about the Western labor movement and raising their class consciousness. 42 It was Zubitov's secret agent Evnoazev who participated in the assassination of Plave. The name Lipinenko was one of Azev's aliases. 43 A secret agent rather than a genuine anarchist is at the heart of a nefarious bomb plot. The revolutionary context is explicit at various points of the novel. In Chapter 6, for example, the scope of revolutionary activity throughout Russia is described: bomb-making in Tiflis, agitation at the universities of Russia were one big mass meeting, red flags at the Reval Iron Works, strikes on the Moscow-Kazan railway line, factory workers and longshoremen on strike in Petersburg. Yet, as Berman recognizes, for all the book's panoramic scope, it never really gets close to the workers who compose so much of the swarming myriapod, and who are the driving force behind the 1905 revolution. 44 Certainly this distance distinguishes Petersburg not only from Gorky's Mother, 1907, which Berman dislikes, but also from another bomb novel, Frank Harris's The Bomb. Petersburg pits Apollonian order and hierarchy against the Dionysian chaos of the bomb, revolution, anarchism. Of the state bureaucrat Apollon Apollonovitch, Belly writes, only his love for the plain geometry of the state had invested him in the polyhedraly of a responsible position, p. 11. As the state and Petersburg are aligned with the forces of order, the islands that surround the city are aligned with revolution and anarchy. Apollon Apollonovitch's name comes from Nietzsche's The Birth of Tragedy, as do Dudkin's references to the Dionysian. Dudkin says to Nikolai Apollonovitch, "We are all Nietzscheans, and you are a Nietzschean, though you wouldn't admit it." p. 57. Apollon Apollonovitch rides through Petersburg in a carriage like Plave, and like him fears assassination from someone on the streets. In one scene he espies Dudkin, the terrorist who will later give Nikolai Apollonovitch the bomb intended for his father. Contemplating the flowing silhouettes, Apollon Apollonovitch likened them to shining dots. One of these dots broke loose from its orbit and hurtled at him with dizzying speed, taking the form of an immense crimson sphere. Among the bowlers on the corner, he caught sight of a pair of eyes. And the eyes expressed the inadmissible. They recognized the senator, and having recognized him, they grew rabid, dilated, lit up, and flashed. Subsequently, on delving into the details of the matter, Apollon Apollonovitch understood rather than remembered that the upstart intellectual was holding a bundle in his hand, p. 14. Among the anarchist ideas present in the novel are those articulated by the upstart intellectual Alexander Ivanovich Dudkin, whose mind is a virtual compendium of anarchist theories popular at the turn of the century. 45 Dudkin is a representative of the so-called mystical anarchists whose ranks included Vyacheslav Ivanov, the Wagnerian Georgy Chulkov, and the symbolist poet Alexander Blok. Their existence provides further confirmation of the link between anarchism and modernism, as Prince Mirsky notes. The ascendancy of Ivanov over the modernist circles of Petersburg became unquestioned and lasted for 6 or 7 years. 46 In his pamphlet on mystical anarchism, Chulkov mentions by name and sometimes quotes Max Stirner, Nietzsche, Tolstoy, Ibsen, and George Brandes. 47 In agreement with Chulkov and Emma Goldman, Belly writes in his essay Revolution and Culture, the real revolutionaries are Ibsen, and Stirner, and Nietzsche, not at all Marx and Engels. 48 We are all Nietzscheans, Dudkin tells Nikolai Apollonovitch, and you are also a Nietzschean, although you wouldn't admit it, p. 57. An assumption that crucially links Belly to the anarchists is an insistence on the importance of a transformation in consciousness, not only in institutions. Petersburg has yet another political dimension in its Orientalism, its preoccupation with the Mongol, yellow faces, Oriental attire, and predictions of an invasion from the east. The 1904-05 war between Japan and Russia, which Adams alludes to in Chapter 32 of The Education, is one specific historical referent for Belly's preoccupation with Orientalism, as is the geographical expanse of the Russian Empire, extending from the Baltic to the Pacific. Allusions to the East occur throughout the novel. One way that the son rebels against the father in Petersburg is in his preference for Asian dress. The terrorist Dudkin has a recurrent hallucination of a fateful face with very narrow little Mongol eyes, p. 26. Near the end of the novel, Nikolai is living in Tunis, wearing a blue gandura and a red Arabian chechia. Later he visits Egypt where he does research at the Museum of Bulak and sits in front of the Sphinx. Yes, Nikolai Apollonovitch has been engulfed by Egypt. He foresees the fate of Egypt in the 20th century. Culture is a moldering head, everything in it has died, nothing has remained. There will be an explosion, everything will be swept away, p. 292, italics added. Under the sign of the bomb, which is also the sign of anarchy, Western apocalypse and Eastern menace are conjoined. Adams on Anarchy and Science. Henry Adams's understanding of anarchy is inflected by the scientific theories of his era. In the course of his discussion of conservative Christian anarchism, Adams meditates on the opposition between anarchy and order, observing pessimistically. Chaos was the law of nature, order was the dream of man, Aha, 451. Anarchy and order, he recognizes, are not antinomies, because in the Hegelian sense they are interdependent, constantly synthesizing to produce new contradictions. What is at stake in turn-of-the-century debates about anarchy and order is, ultimately, the nature of human nature and of the cosmos itself. Peter Kropotkin argues in Mutual Aid against the social Darwinist slogan of the survival of the fittest, citing the importance of cooperation, rather than competition, in the survival of all social species. Both Kropotkin and his opponents, Spencer, Huxley, understand the social as grounded in nature, and human nature in turn as inseparable from the environment. While social Darwinists sought to ground capitalism in nature, anarchists understood capitalism as, like the state, a disruption of the natural order, as encouraging the war of all against all rather than the pursuit of common interests and the achievement of common goals. Both the Education and an earlier work, Mont Saint-Michel and Chartres, hereafter MSMC, 1904, demonstrate that Adams's use of anarchy is not a mere metaphor, not disconnected from awareness of contemporary anarchism. In a chapter on Aquinas in Mont Saint-Michel, Adams articulates the modern individualist anarchist position precisely as Max Stirner does in The Ego and Its Own, namely, absolute liberty is absence of restraint, responsibility is restraint, therefore, the ideally free individual is responsible only to himself. 49 Adams proceeds to imply a continuity between anarchism and nature. This principle is the philosophical foundation of anarchism, and, for anything that science has yet proved, may be the philosophical foundation of the universe, but it is fatal to all society and is especially hostile to the state. 50 It is also in Mont Saint-Michel that Adams opposes science, which he aligns with the recognition of natural chaos, to the Church. Medieval humans, he explains, could not countenance an anarchical, a dual or multiple, universe and insisted on unity. 51 It is not that the past actually possessed a unity that the present lacks, but rather that the Church provided a doctrine of order. In this, however, the Church is mendacious, deceptive, since order is not primary, does not underlie everything, as it does in the Christian view of creation. Medieval thought and architecture, the Summa Theologia and Beauvais Cathedral, Adams asserts, share the same singular unity which he describes in explicitly political terms. The essence of it, the despotic central idea, was that of organic unity both in the thought and the building. From that time, the universe has steadily become more complex and less reducible to a central control. Italics added. 52 Adams even recognizes the implications of this stance for aesthetics, observing 72. That both modern science and modern art have abandoned organic unity, in practice as well as theory. Scientists and artists are therefore anarchists, acknowledging the multiverse and the despotism of centrality, whether the centrality of God and the Church, or of Renaissance perspective and the omniscient narrator. Adams was not the only writer to think of this. In Chesterton's The Man Who Was Thursday One Detective is certain that the scientific and artistic worlds are silently bound in a crusade against the family and the state. 53 Presumably, then, anarchism as an explicit politics exists at the beginning of the 20th century because the sea of faith has withdrawn, because the multiple nature of the universe is no longer veiled, and because new technology, the dynamo, the bomb, participates in the destruction and chaos already inherent in nature. But in the Education it is less clear that this is the case. Adams's construction of the natural opposition of anarchy and order is not a simple, static polarity but Hegelian and millenarian. Adams proclaimed that in the last synthesis, order and anarchy were one, but that the unity was chaos. As anarchist, conservative, and Christian, he had no other motive or duty but to attain the end, and to hasten it. He was bound to accelerate progress, to concentrate energy, to accumulate power, to multiply and intensify forces, to reduce friction, increase velocity and magnify momentum, partly because this was the mechanical law of the universe as science explained it, but partly also to get done with the present which artists and some others complained of, and finally, and chiefly, because a rigorous philosophy required it, in order to penetrate the beyond, and satisfy man's destiny by reaching the largest synthesis in its ultimate contradiction. 54. Adams's claim above that anarchy and order were one has a genuine anarchist ring, but political anarchists had a different understanding of the terms. They define the word anarchy according to its etymology, absence of political leadership, not its conventional use as a synonym for chaos. Proudhon famously remarked that order was the daughter, not the mother, of liberty. As man seeks justice in equality, he wrote, so society seeks order in anarchy. 55. Walter C. Hart wrote in the March 1896 issue of Liberty, the common belief that disorder must necessarily ensue on the cessation of government, is based on the erroneous assumption that order reigns in our existing society. Is this examples of human misery and exploitation order? Then chaos and confusion are preferable. Yes, anarchy is order. 56. Alexander Berkman agrees, writing anarchy means order without government and peace. 73. Without violence. 57. To the extent that we can correlate anarchy with the sublime and order with the beautiful, the sublime, revolution, is a path to the beautiful, a harmonious, orderly, utopian future. According to Adams, however, the true anarchists are modern scientists, hence their persecution by society and by the Church, which burned Giordano Bruno and condemned Galileo. As science goes on repeating to us every day, it condemned anarchists, not atheists. Aha, 484. Adams describes Curie as an anarchist bomber. The man of science must have been sleepy indeed who did not jump from his chair like a scared dog when, in 1898, Madame Curie threw on this desk the metaphysical bomb she called radium. 58. New inventions, such as the telescope, microscope, compass, and gunpowder, serve only to destroy the illusion of a unified universe, and as a result of them the press drenched Europe with anarchism. Aha, 485. The dawning scientific recognition that nature is not an orderly and closed system and is therefore not analogous to an ideal church or state poses a threat to the existing social order, which has always depended on naturalized appeals like that of the divine right of kings. If heretic mystics and modern scientists are the true anarchists, the church has always been the party of order. Debates about the nature of good and evil and God's role in each posed problems that theologians and scholastics sought to solve. Good was order, law, unity. Evil was disorder, anarchy, multiplicity. Which was truth? The Church had committed itself to the dogma that order and unity were the ultimate truth, and that the anarchist should be burned. MSMC, 409. Elsewhere, the Church alone had constantly protested that anarchy was not order. Aha, 451. Anarchy had flourished in the Middle Ages, whose ideological contours were, Adams asserts, much more elastic than ours. But St. Thomas Aquinas was working for the Church and the State, not for the salvation of souls, and his chief object was to repress anarchy. MSMC, 411. According to Adams, the belief of contemporary anarchists that anarchy is order is medieval, not modern. The minds of Kropotkin and Reclus belong to the priestly class. While representing modern scientists as anarchists, Adams explicitly distances himself from actual anarchists of the fin de siècle. To the conservative Christian anarchist, the amiable doctrines of Kropotkin were sentimental ideas of Russian mental inertia covered with the name of anarchy merely in order to disguise their innocence, and the outpourings of Elisée Reclus were ideals of the French ouvrier, diluted with absinthe, resulting in a bourgeois dream of order and inertia. Aha, 407. Ironically, political anarchists, in their belief that lawlessness would restore order, lack the modern scientific awareness of an anarchic universe, thinking Instead, that the post-revolutionary world will be orderly and unified. For anarchists, according to Adams, nature is orderly. With them Kropotkin and Reckless, as with the socialist, communist, or collectivist, the mind that followed nature had no relation. If anarchists needed order, they must go back to the 12th century where their thought had enjoyed its 1,000 years of reign. The conservative Christian anarchist could have no associate, no object, no faith except the nature of nature itself. Aha, 407 italics added. Paul Feyerabend, who proposed an anarchistic epistemology in Against Method, also deplored the failure of real anarchists, specifically Kropotkin, to recognize the application of their ideas to science and nature. 59 anarchists did claim a privileged theoretical insight into the natural, but they imagined nature differently from Adams, not as cosmic chaos, but as a world order of a more earthly sort. Both Elisee Reckless and Kropotkin were recognized geographers. Kropotkin wrote articles on geography and natural history for the London journals 19th Century and Nature, and for the Encyclopaedia Britannica. In his memoirs, he not only praises machines but also expresses aesthetic pleasure in their grace and poetry. His views are clearly not reactionary. 60 As a geographer working for the Russian Geographical Society, Kropotkin studied the mountain ranges of Asia to determine their main structural lines. He describes this project in the rhetoric of chaos and order that Adams employs, and his findings are in accordance with the anarchist position that anarchy is order. There are not many joys in human life equal to the joy of the sudden birth of a generalization, illuminating the mind after a long period of patient research. What has seemed for years so chaotic, so contradictory, and so problematic takes at once its proper position within a harmonious whole. 61. Thus for the scientist-anarchist Kropotkin, order is still latent and discoverable within the only seemingly chaotic world, whereas for Adams, order is only human, only a dream. For Kropotkin, nature is primarily good, whereas for Adams it is cruel and capricious. After the painful death of his sister from lockjaw, Adams sees nature in its true light, not as beautiful, but as destructive. The unacknowledged text with which he debates nature is Shelley's poem Mont Blanc, and the buried allusion is to Bakunin's dialectic of creation and destruction. For the first time, the stage scenery of the senses collapsed, the human mind felt itself stripped naked, vibrating on a void of shapeless energies, with resistless mass, colliding, crushing, wasting, and destroying what these same energies had created and labored from eternity to perfect. For the first time in his life, Mont Blanc for a moment looked to him what it was, a chaos of anarchic and purposeless forces. Aha, 289. Italics added. 62. Religion has failed as an explanatory principle, a system of endowing the world with meaning. It is replaced by modern science, which can explain that the world means nothing. For scientists in 1900, Adams writes, the workings of the world are a toss-up between anarchy and order. Meanwhile the new forces would educate, he writes, Aha, 497, bombs educate vigorously, Aha, 496. Anarchist propaganda by the deed is transformed into scientific theory. To Adams, as to Belly and other writers of this era, anarchy and anarchism are tropes for the social and epistemological revolutions of modernity. Their imaginative appropriations of anarchy are, as Feyerabend's critique implies, more modern and more radical than anarchism itself. The explosive mind. The bomb is both a form of expression and the annihilation of expression. Just as the sublime, encapsulated in the bomb, exceeds representation, the anarchist rejects representation, both as a form of government and in the aesthetic. The specific Kantian language of the sublime, abysses, expansion, infinity, immeasurability, is prominent in Petersburg, not surprisingly since Belly was a student of Kant. 63 In token of this, Nikolai Apollonovich, also a neo-Kantian, has a bust of Kant in his room. True sublimity, writes Kant, must be sought only in the mind of the judging subject, and not in the object of nature that occasions this attitude. 64 The bomb in Petersburg participates in the logic of the sublime, partly because it is terrifying and partly because its function is ultimately to explode limits, to expand and destroy consciousness. As such, it has an affinity with Apollon Apollonovitch, of whom Belly writes. Everyone was astonished at the explosion of the mental forces which poured forth from this particular cranium in defiance of all Russia. p. 5. The mind itself is destructive, thought has material effects. Revolutionary agency is eclipsed, and revolutionary consciousness comes to the fore. According to John Ellsworth, the image of explosion was always one of Belly's favorite ways of expressing the idea of an apocalyptic transformation, and the identification of the self that undergoes spiritual transformation with the bomb recurs in his later work, too. 65 The bomb that is intended to kill Apollon Apollonovitch is intimately linked with both statist father and anarchist son. Early in the novel, when the government minister first espies the terrorist Dudkin, his A's heart pounded and expanded, while in his breast arose the sensation of a crimson sphere about to burst into pieces. p. 14. The bomb is already present in his own body. The dialectic of chaos and order is therefore not only to be found externally, in the relations of father and son, bureaucrat and terrorist, or Petersburg and the islands, but is also constitutive of the very source of authority and order. The bomb concealed in the sardine tin eventually becomes a mental bomb, p. 173. After Nikolai Apollonovitch actually sets the time bomb, he becomes intellectually identified with it. If his head was thinking, then it too had turned into the sardine tin which was ticking with thoughts. p. 218. Nikolai is dynamite. At the end of a complex symbolic dream, Apollon Apollonovitch in the guise of Saturn/Kronos converses with his son. The chronology was running backwards. What then is our chronology? But Saturn, Apollon Apollonovitch, roaring with laughter, replied, none, Kolenka, none at all. The chronology, my dear boy, is 0. Oh. Oh. What then is I am? A 0. And 0. A bomb. Nikolai Apollonovitch understood that he himself was a bomb. And he burst with a boom. p. 168. The 0 suggests Russian nihilism, nihil, negation, the destruction that accompanies creation. The 0 is a double of the bomb. As a child, Nikolai Apollonovitch would start shrieking nonsensical things, that he too was becoming spherical, that he was a 0, that everything in him was zeroing, 000, p. 158. The 0 is also the Greek letter omega, with its promise of the end. The 0, into which infinity is compressed, always explodes the square of matter. The personality that recognizes itself as a 0 is the human bomb. A Russian contemporary of Belly, the artist Casimir Malevich, wrote in 1915, in view of the fact that we are preparing to reduce everything to nothing, we are going to call the journal 066. Andrei Belly develops the trope of the human mind as explosive device and procreative force at length and in detail throughout Petersburg. In the following passage, Apollon Apollonovitch and Dudkin are said to have procreative consciousness, in which thoughts take on material reality. The cerebral play of the wearer of diamond-studded decorations A was distinguished by very strange, extremely strange qualities. His cranium was becoming the womb of thought images, which at once became incarnate in this spectral world. Apollon Apollonovitch was like Zeus, out of his head flowed goddesses and genii. One of these genii, the stranger with the small black mustache, arising as an image, had already begun to live and breathe in the yellowish spaces. And he maintained that he had emerged from there, not from the senatorial head. This stranger turned out to have idle thoughts too. And they also possessed the same qualities. They would escape and take on substance. p. 20. The emphasis on procreative consciousness in Belly's Petersburg may have an historical origin. As Marshall Berman puts it, the city of Petersburg itself is the product of thought in ideas of Peter I. the city's creator god. 67 Belly is an idealist, finding the specific imaginative construct to be art. In Revolution and Culture, Belly argues that the realm of our freedom is already here now with us, it externalizes, hidden in the world of art. 68 Consciousness, a common word in Petersburg, precedes material reality, ideas are more real than things. The novel often refers to people as shadows, a reference to Plato's cave. Thus Belly himself, as author and demiurge, invents characters who in turn author events and characters. But at the same time it is not clear who is authoring whom. Once authored, the stranger disputes the authority of Apollon Apollonovitch. As author and readers spy on characters, both become secret agents, we ourselves become this agent of the secret police. p. 22. For Belly, authority poses as a voyeur, working behind the scenes. Henry Adams writes about authorities, anarchism, and bombs not only in the education but also in his letters, where he maintains his identification with anarchists, an identification that seems more literal, although also more humorous, here. In September of 1899 he writes of the Dreyfus affair, "Thus far, all has gone to disappoint us anarchists. We sacked a church, it's true, but Paris did not care." 69 A week later he confesses, "I found a tea party in Lady Abinger's ballroom. Heaven pardon me. But I wanted a bomb." 70 Like G.K. Chesterton in The Man Who Was Thursday, whose fictional anarchist exclaims that a man's brain is a bomb, Adams postulates a connection between the brain and explosion. Human knowledge is increasing exponentially as new discoveries and concepts like the laws of thermodynamics, X-rays, and radium appear. The universe, which had once seemed orderly and finite, has become infinitely complex and chaotic, ruled by invisible and impersonal forces that are almost beyond human comprehension. If any analogy whatever existed between the human mind, on the one hand, and the laws of motion, on the other, the mind had already entered a field of attraction so violent that it must immediately pass beyond, into new equilibrium, like the comet of Newton, or else suffer dissipation altogether, like meteoroids in the Earth's atmosphere. If it behaved like an explosive, it must rapidly recover equilibrium; if it behaved like a vegetable, it must reach its limits of growth, and even if it acted like the earlier creations of energy, the saurians and sharks, it must have nearly reached the limits of its expansion. If science were to go on doubling or quadrupling its complexities every 10 years, even mathematics would soon succumb. An average mind had succumbed already in 1850, it could no longer understand the problem in 1900, AHA, 496, italics added. In allying itself with the natural forces of chaos, the human mind will become the ultimate source of destruction. The anarchist sublime is the ancestor, or in Belly and Adams's terms, the father, of the nuclear sublime. One of Belly's poems, according to a biographer, foretells the nuclear bomb. Adams is also such a prophet, writing to his brother Charles in 1862, "The engines man will have invented will be beyond his strength to control. Some day science may have the existence of mankind in its power, and the human race commit suicide by blowing up the world." 71 In this passage science and anarchism are even further identified. Science takes on the role of the anarchist bomber. Writing after the invention of the atomic bomb, however, Herbert Read observed a shift in political significance. The bomb is now the symbol, not of anarchy, but of totalitarian power. 72 Caroline V. Hamilton has published in the Journal of American Studies, Oxford German Studies, the Iowa Journal of Cultural Studies, C Theory, the Paris Review, and elsewhere. Her collection of poems is entitled Blind Sight, Carnegie Mellon Up. Her Ph.D. is from Berkeley. She teaches at the University of Pittsburgh. Email, cvh@uwalumni.com. Functional Representation and its Anarchist Origins. Jason Royce Lindsay. Abstract. Recently, a number of contemporary political theorists have developed criticisms of political representation and politics based on territory. Most of these views are a reaction to worries over the ineffectiveness of participation in contemporary liberal democracies. Other views on this subject stress the need to bring together citizens of different nation-states to address transnational issues. In both cases, there has been a renewed call for exploring forms of political participation and representation based on interest or function rather than territory. What is generally absent from these discussions is any reflection on earlier calls for functionalist representation rooted in the anarchist and syndicalist traditions. In this paper, I explore the similarities and differences between these contemporary and earlier views on functional representation. Whatever the relationship of the two traditions might be, the origins of calls for functional representation are a rich resource that we can use to sharpen our thinking about its possible application today. Keyword: citizenship, class, political theory, representation. Why do we base representation on territory? The answer is, in part, because of historical accident. In Western Europe we can trace this artifact back to the turmoil of religious conflict after the Reformation. The solution for this conflict was to uncouple religious affiliation from territorial allegiance. In much of Europe this led to partition and the drawing of new borders between Catholic and Protestant forces. In France the problem of religious conflict was especially acute because of the urban concentrations of the Protestant Huguenots inside the predominantly Catholic territory and, compared to other parts of Europe, for example the German lands, partition was not a viable solution for the conflict. Jean Bodin's argument for sovereignty in France transformed the problem. By having one sovereign for a whole territory, subjects of various faiths could still show allegiance to their territorial government. Bodin envisioned a sovereign who could stand above the religious conflicts rather than taking one side or the other. Indeed, Bodin explicitly warns the sovereign against partiality. Sometime it happeneth the sovereign prince to make himself a party, instead of holding the place of a sovereign judge, in which doing for all that he shall be no more but the head of one party, so undoubtedly put himself in danger of his life, and that especially when such dangerous seditions and factions be not governed upon matters directly touching his estate, but otherwise, as it hath happened almost in all Europe within this 50 years, in the wars made for matters of religion. 1. Bodin's political solution to religious conflict in France was sovereignty. With one sovereign, subjects of different faiths could coexist peacefully in the same territory. Eventually, this subject became a citizen. Obligation to one sovereign followed from living within the territory of a ruler. Further refinements to Bodin's concept of sovereignty made it compatible with the principle of representation. In the work of John Locke, there is a demand for consent from the governed and a principle of popular sovereignty. It is interesting to note, however, that Locke still sees sovereignty and obligation connected to territory. For example, in his famous idea of tacit consent Locke argues that every man that hath any possession or enjoyment of any part of the dominions of any government, doth thereby give his tacit consent, and is as far forth obliged to obedience to the laws of that government, during such enjoyment, as any one under it, whether this his possession be of land, to him and his heirs forever, or a lodging only for a week, or whether it be barely travelling freely on the highway, and in effect, it reaches as far as the very being of any one within the territories of that government. 2. We can recognize in Locke's description the principle of modern sovereignty that we experience when traveling abroad. No matter what my citizenship is, I must recognize and adhere to the laws of the territory in which I reside, or pass through. By the later 1700s we see the idea of territory and citizenship applied progressively to the problem of factions other than religious sects. Madison argued that one of the best ways to protect the new American Republic from the dangers of faction and hidden interests was to ensure that a territory was sufficiently large to include a range of citizens and interests. As he explains in Federalist No. 51. In a free government the security for civil rights must be the same as that for religious rights. It consists in the one case in the multiplicity of interests, and in the other in the multiplicity of sects. The degree of security in both cases will depend on the number of interests and sects, and this may be presumed to depend on the extent of country and number of people comprehended under the same government. 3. Madison's view is that different interests within one territorial unit are forced to compromise on candidates and policies. His is a classical liberal position. Without a diverse population, we risk selecting representatives from very narrow interest groups. The assumption is that such narrow interests will fail to produce workable or healthy policies for the broader body politic. Thus, at a particular point in history, representation based on territory was a progressive development. In Locke's time it was an argument for expanding political participation. So too, in an earlier stage of history, Bowdoin's argument for state sovereignty allowed a larger community to unite around a political identity and transcend religious conflict. In Madison's time, territorial representation is a force for political compromise and the avoidance of factional interest. The progressive nature of this concept of political representation remained unchallenged until the rise of socialist class analysis. In the wake of that analysis, this concept of representation becomes one of the major fault lines between classical liberalism and the socialist tradition. For a range of different socialists, the idea of representation based on territory risks a dilution of the interests of the working class. From these perspectives, the liberal tradition of diffusing interests through multiplicity appears antithetical to progressive politics. As Marx argued in the German ideology, all struggles within the state, the struggle between democracy, aristocracy, and monarchy, the struggle for the franchise, etc., etc., are merely the illusory forms in which the real struggles of the different classes are fought out among one another. 4. From his anarchist perspective, Kropotkin attributes an even deeper dissipation of the working class's ability to organize to the rise of nation-states and their sovereignty over distinct territories. As he explains, the absorption of all social functions by the state necessarily favored the development of an unbridled, narrow-minded individualism. In proportion as the obligations toward the state grew in numbers, the citizens were evidently relieved from their obligations towards each other. 5. Thus, across a broad range of socialist opinion, territorial representation and its political institutions are either an illusion that obscures the vision of the working class, or a more insidious obstacle to the development of class consciousness and grassroots activity. However, in contemporary political theory, this classic fault line has become blurred. A number of recent arguments voice concern about the limits of territorially defined representation and citizenship. These calls for rethinking politics tied to territory are coming from many quarters. For example, Jürgen Habermas has devoted considerable efforts to try and decouple citizenship from the development of the nation-state, arguing that the two are merely historically contingent. For Habermas, this is an important theoretical step to pave the way to broader forms of citizenship such as within the EU. 6. In stark contrast to Habermas's philosophical commitments, political theorists from the post-foundational, or sometimes still labeled postmodern, camp frequently attempt to distinguish between the political and politics. 7. As Oliver Marquardt points out in a recent study of this school of contemporary theory, this distinction has radical implications since it opens up a broader range of cultural, economic, and social questions outside of mainstream politics. This turn toward identifying a broader range of issues as political bears a striking resemblance to earlier anarchist and syndicalist efforts, discussed below, to define a real politics as opposed to the political institutions of the state. Furthermore, it is interesting to note that such concerns have emerged from within different currents of contemporary liberalism. Theorists such as Walzer and Young have explored questions of political responsibility and obligation that cross borders. 8. Perhaps most striking is that we find in one of John Rawls's late works an attempt to expand his theory of justice beyond the boundaries of the nation-state. 9. Indeed, Rawls argued that he wanted to take peoples as the subject of his broader reflections, to distinguish my thinking from that about political states as traditionally conceived, with their powers of sovereignty included in the positive international law for the 3 centuries after the 30 Years' War. 10. This recent turn in contemporary theory is a marked change from the earlier classic division between the political theory associated with liberal democracies and progressive or critical theory associated with various forms of socialism. However, what is generally absent from these discussions is any reflection on earlier calls for functionalist representation rooted in the anarchist and syndicalist traditions. This raises an interesting question: is this absence because these more recent ideas about representation are substantively different from the anarchist tradition? Alternatively, is this an oversight that should be addressed to give us a clearer idea about the advantages and disadvantages of functional representation? 2. Contemporary political theory's reassessment of representation and politics based on territory reflects growing concerns about the relevance and efficacy of participation in liberal democracies. In an article warning about the diminished expectations for democracy and declining quality of democratic participation, Warren provides a good summary of this dilemma for contemporary theorists. He explains that major strains of liberal democratic thought and culture have held that political equality requires that individuals participate in the process of collective decision-making, if not as a moral requirement and developmental opportunity, then as a strategic necessity. But this view of democracy, variously conceived by Rousseau, Jefferson, Emerson, John Stuart Mill, John Dewey, and still espoused today by progressive democratic theorists, seems harder than ever to sustain given the constraints imposed by today's large-scale, complex, and pluralistic societies. 11. To address these concerns, Warren argues that participation needs to be encouraged in spheres other than formal political institutions. He also cites the need for more devolution of decision-making in modern states. Issue and sector-based devolution provide targets of opportunity for democratic participation, and political association based on territory limits the scope of participation. Association based on issues does not. 12. In contrast to Warren's broad discussion, we also find some very specific examples of this trend. A good example from the United States is the idea of race-conscious districting. One advocate of this position, Lonnie Ginner, argues that although some type of institutional decision is necessary to determine who belongs in an electoral district, the fact that some individuals live within one county line or another is not necessarily the most relevant distinction. 13. Therefore, electoral districts based on racial identities are not in any substantive way more artificial or unfair than a territorial definition of a district is. Ginner argues that districts based on minority affiliation are potentially more relevant than so-called neutral, territorially based districts, which, realistically, ensure the dilution of minority votes. In some cases, this revisionist view of representation has led to the creation of race-based districts. It has also led to legal challenges over minority districting in the United States. 14. Another example of this trend in contemporary liberal theory is in the growing volumes of material about collective rights. The best-known proponent of this view is Will Kimlicka. The collective rights literature challenges the assumptions of many Western liberal states regarding individual protections. How can these be relevant given the differing experiences and needs of individuals? Kimlicka has summed up this position by stating that, we cannot give every disadvantaged Australian the same rights because they suffer different kinds of disadvantage and so require different kinds of rights. 15. Or, in another variation, Kimlicka argues that, providing subsidized transportation to Aborigines will not help them achieve equality, just as providing veto power over language policy would not help a disabled white Australian to achieve equality. 16. According to Kimlicka, there is a demonstrable need for different rights depending on the social group in question. This need for specificity cannot be met through the blind application of universal individual rights to all citizens. What is similar here to the discussion of race-based districting is the challenge to territorially assigned citizenship. By questioning the idea that citizenship and its accompanying rights are tied to residing in a territory, and that one set of rights fits all, Kimlicka is challenging the status quo. His view is that within territories we find different groups of citizens who require special considerations. As a result, Kimlicka has called for the expansion of liberalism to include a rights theory broad enough to incorporate collective as well as individual rights. Kimlicka came to this position from his background in liberalism, and we have seen a broad turn toward the issues of identity among the competing schools of liberal theory. Besides Kimlicka, theorists like Michael Walzer and Charles Taylor have argued that all adult human beings have a right to belong to and form a cultural group. 17 Walzer also argues that liberal theory is based on a political fallacy that subordinates cultural membership to the state's existence, whereas the reverse is the more usual experience of history. 18 It was the presence of common cultural and linguistic ties that enabled communities to later develop more abstract political identities. Thus, Walzer and other theorists have begun to think that the historical priority of individual cultural membership may require us to rethink the philosophical priority we have given to citizenship and political activity based upon territorial boundaries. There is also a line of argument within contemporary liberal theory that attempts to transcend territorial boundaries in an effort to confront transnational problems. For example, Iris Young argues that we should consider our obligations to others beyond our national boundaries, such as our global economic relationships. 19 Implicit to this view is the idea that some of our relationships are more relevant than traditional ideas of our territorial citizenship. Young argues that global social and economic relations today do not support the claim that such interdependencies are confined within the borders of nation-states. 20 However, she also emphasizes that this does not imply that everyone in the world has just the same obligations regarding everyone else in the world. Instead, what determines the extent of our obligations is the scope and density of social and economic ties. 21 Like Kimlicka, Young argues that contemporary liberal political theory is incomplete. In its present form, contemporary liberalism does not have a plausible description of obligations that extend beyond territorial borders, or a means of weighing the moral imperatives behind these differing obligations. What is common to all of these cases is that contemporary theorists are questioning a number of assumptions about the state and how it prioritizes and provides representation to different group memberships. As described above, the positive case for territorially defined representation or political membership is that it slices across interest groups, collecting a broad overlapping segment of the population. However, all the arguments above point to the fallacy of this idea in our contemporary setting at different levels. The view from race-conscious districting in the United States is that such districts tend to dilute the vote of minority groups at the local level. In this case, the question is whether territorial representation can possibly be relevant to individuals given continuing issues of racism and ethnic discrimination. The collective rights literature shows a similar form of dilution at the territorial level of the nation-state. How could one set of rights for all protect individuals living in such distinct circumstances? Finally, Young and other theorists are showing us that the same thing can happen at the international level, where the global poor are excluded from the political process of wealthy states. How could people from such disparate economic circumstances have a chance at obtaining just outcomes if divided by international boundaries? In each case, we see that political theorists are increasingly questioning the territorial definition of the political. They are arguing that the most important aspect of our identity for politics, and the most important memberships for political activity, are not necessarily our citizenship defined by territory. Ultimately, they are pointing out that the ideals of liberal democracy are not necessarily compatible with political entities that are territorially defined. In today's global economy, we may be closer in our economic relationships to someone on the other side of the globe than with our immediate neighbors. If these observations are correct, then should we persist in defining ourselves politically by territorial boundaries? Should we continue to insist on basing representation and citizenship on where we happen to reside? 3. Interestingly, some of the same questions raised by these recent turns in contemporary theory were asked in the later 19th and early 20th centuries. The parallel can be found within anarchist and syndicalist traditions that questioned the primacy of the political and ultimately demanded functional representation. This earlier tradition asked why representation should be based on territory, what group memberships were most relevant for the individual, and how politics should be practiced if class membership or economic function was considered most relevant to daily life. None of the recent literature in contemporary theory cited above discusses this earlier tradition. Before attempting to answer why this is the case, I would like to briefly review the relevant similarities from earlier anarchist, syndicalist, and guild socialist positions. The idea of function providing a better guide to decision-making than political status lies deep within the anarchist tradition. For example, consider Bakunin's response to the question of authority: does it follow that I reject all authority? Far from me such a thought. In the matter of boots, I refer to the authority of the bootmaker; concerning houses, canals, or railroads, I consult that of the architect or engineer. 22. The authority of such specialists is limited by reason. As Bakunin explains further, I bow before the authority of special men because it is imposed upon me by my own reason. I am conscious of my inability to grasp, in all its details and positive developments, any very large portion of human knowledge. Thence results, for science as well as for industry, the necessity of the division and association of labor. 23. This insight into where real authority lies is at the heart of the anarchist and syndicalist traditions. When combined with the subject of political representation, this perspective on authority undermines most traditions familiar to political theory. From a broad anarchist or syndicalist perspective on the realities of authority and power, traditional politics within state institutions is a ruse that avoids the real struggle of class in the economic arena. The political arena is used to inhibit the working class from fighting the class struggle within the economic sphere where they have potential power to organize. The foundational assumption of this line of thought is, of course, the kind of membership that we believe to be most salient for politics. A good example of the alternatives is provided in Jennings's account of the syndicalist critique of political parties. As he explains in his History of Syndicalism in France, the class-based nature of the syndicate was deemed to be in marked contrast to the pattern of support and membership of all political parties. What distinguished the political party, including those of the left, was precisely that it grouped people according to opinions and not interests. 24. Thus, for syndicalists the syndicate was superior to the political party because it understood the significance of class allegiance. Similarly, syndicate industrial action and worker-centered activities were superior to traditional politics within the parameters allowed by the state. This logic informs the syndicalist call for industrial rather than political action. Arguably, this perspective also applies to what many political theorists would consider the cultural activities of the syndicates. Even social activities and organization could have a role to play in this struggle if those activities contributed to the education of the working class. From this anarchist and syndicalist perspective, real politics is likely to take place outside of state institutions on economic and cultural fronts. In an early attempt to describe the ideas of syndicalism to a general audience, Bertrand Russell explained in Roads to Freedom that syndicalism aims at substituting industrial for political action, and at using trade union organization for purposes for which orthodox socialism would look to Parliament. 25. Indeed, this is the logical strategy to pursue since, from the syndicalist perspective, Parliament is a distraction. How could a state institution based on an idea of territorial representation based on class cooperation possibly be effective other than as a diversion from real politics? In contrast to continental syndicalism, the more institutionally minded proposals of the Guild Socialists in Great Britain provide us with a slightly different perspective. Here the focus is how to institutionalize real representation within a broadened political sphere. As G.D.H. Cole explains, the Guild Socialist conception of democracy, which it assumes to be good, involves an active and not merely a passive citizenship on the part of the members. Moreover, and this perhaps the most vital and significant assumption of all, it regards this democratic principle as applying, not only or mainly to some special sphere of social action known as politics, but to any and every form of social action, in a special, to industrial and economic, fully as much to political affairs. 26. To this end, some varieties of guild socialism eventually proposed the creation of an alternative institution to parliament based on functional representation. Bertrand Russell explains the idea. Guild socialists regard the state as consisting of the community in their capacity as consumers, while the guilds will represent them in their capacity as producers. Thus Parliament and the Guild Congress will be two co-equal powers representing consumers and producers respectively. 27. Thus, the Guild Socialists in Great Britain differed from continental syndicalists in their attempt to take functional representation inside the state's political institutions. This move would convert, or restore, the political sphere into a functioning place of real politics. According to G.D.H. Cole, the plan opened the possibility for the state to truly wither away as the functional representation of society replaced the debris of a decayed system. 28. This change would happen gradually as traditional politics was replaced with the real political action required by class or functional interest. These anarchist and syndicalist perspectives raise several parallels to the trends I described earlier in contemporary political theory. First, there is the question of distinguishing real politics from more traditional political activity. As with contemporary theorists, real politics seems to lie closer to the economic functions individuals perform and to the interests they hold in everyday life. Hence, we find the argument that our contemporary political concerns are connected to more concretely defined interests such as our economic role, our environmental needs, or the needs of our cultural or ethnic membership. Second, both perspectives appear to blur the boundaries between the political and the cultural. In the case of contemporary political theorists, we see this trend in the growing focus on identity politics, while in the syndicalist tradition it is more closely associated with educational consciousness-raising efforts such as the cultural initiatives of the syndicates. 4. Given these parallels, why have recent theorists not drawn upon this earlier work for some direction or inspiration in current debates? One obvious possibility is that the anarchist and syndicalist tradition is one that remains, even now, outside mainstream academic discourse. 29. Many of today's theorists are unaware of the potential presented by earlier anarchist and especially syndicalist work on the topic of functional representation. Furthermore, even when contemporary theorists turn their attention to the anarchist and syndicalist traditions, its many different schools and paths often perplex them. 30. This is an unfortunate fact given the parallels between this older tradition and contemporary political theory. However, I think that the absence of discussion about or use of anarchist or syndicalist thought in contemporary theory reflects an important difference. If we compare the context of contemporary political theory to that of the anarchists or syndicalists, then we see similar concerns leading to some, at least superficially, parallel theoretical turns. Nonetheless, anarchist and syndicalist views of functional representation differ from the contemporary concerns of theorists on one very important point. Most of the current turn in contemporary political theory is focused on providing representation or recognition to ethnic, cultural, gender, and other differences. This is especially true of some of the theorists I cited earlier in this paper, like Kimlicka and Young, who seek to expand or reform liberal thought. Yet, for the anarchist and syndicalist traditions this was less of a priority, or, worse, yet another distraction from real politics. Instead, the anarchist or syndicalist idea of functional representation remained focused on class difference. Furthermore, classes for a 19th-century anarchist or syndicalist were easy to distinguish by the occupations of that time. In contrast, class differences are harder for contemporary theorists to conceptualize. For example, Axel Honneth has criticized our failure in contemporary society to equate attitudes and discriminatory action toward class to racism or other forms of bigotry. 31. We can see the logical result of this development in the increasing frequency of theorists to choose cultural criticism and identity politics when studying global capitalism. From this perspective, the concerns of the anarchist and syndicalist traditions have more in common with the views of theorists concerned about boundaries in the global economy. As mentioned above, Young has pointed out the anachronism of using political borders as obstacles in disputes that bring economic participants together across much of the world. Here the anarchist and syndicalist view that class is paramount and that it transcends other cleavages is relevant. This is especially the case given the tradition's broader view of class compared to Marxist definitions. As Schmidt and van der Waalt explain, the broad anarchist tradition sees class as premised on the control of a range of resources and not only on economic ownership. 32 Increasingly, the agency behind this exploitation is difficult to trace through contemporary global capitalism's maze of ownership, finance, and consumer demand. Thus, this tradition of thought seems very relevant to contemporary theories' concerns with economic exploitation that crosses borders. Nonetheless, we can see that, overall, the differences of class and economic function appeared much harder and faster in the age of syndicalism's heyday than our current period. Because of this, the literature of identity politics and cultural criticism is the dominant terrain for political theory's contemporary critiques of global capitalism. As de Certeau points out, this may be a tactical choice for grappling with this complex system rather than a reflection of philosophical certainty. 33 Indeed, tackling identity politics and engaging in cultural criticism of global capitalism is an easier path than an attempt to redefine class within this new, challenging context. For many political theorists, class has become another form of identity that is just as elusive a foundation as any other for defining the political. In contrast to the anarchists and syndicalists who felt economic function was a solid foundation for political representation and a better boundary of political inclusion than citizenship, we are much less certain of class now. Today, economic class is more flexible and individuals more fluid in their presumed economic status. One's economic function is more fleeting, at least in the North, within our system of global capitalism. How could we assign individuals representation based on something so shifting? The slipperiness of class is similar to a problem encountered in the collective rights literature, mentioned above, over cultural membership. How do we know that someone belongs to a particular group other than their statement of self-identification? Would the individual's rights change if they exited that group for another? Questions about authentic membership are difficult to resolve, and there is a tendency amongst theorists of collective rights to focus on fairly unique cultural groups. The cases most often found in this literature are Aboriginal groups and very cohesive cultural groups like the Amish in North America. 34 Since membership in these groups seems to relatively easy to establish, advocating group rights or special consideration for them raises fewer philosophical challenges. If we find that many theorists have moved to a less challenging position by focusing on groups like this in identity politics, then we should not be surprised to find even less attention being paid to something as difficult to define as class membership within contemporary capitalism. There is a final issue that explains why contemporary theory has not drawn on the anarchist and syndicalist traditions. The contemporary questioning of the political moment and the foundation of political institutions raises philosophical problems that would be very at home in the anarchist tradition. Yet, this is precisely the challenge. A tighter comparison to the utopian elements of the anarchist and syndicalist tradition emphasizes the more troubling conclusions that could be drawn from this recent turn. 35 For example, if we turn to the cultural sphere for political activity, do we threaten to create a totalizing form of politics? In the 20th century we have seen the danger that totalitarian regimes present once they declare that all cultural activity has political implications. 36 If we undermine the legitimacy of citizenship in favor of functional representation, be it class-based or rooted on some other form of identity, do we risk losing the ground for democratic political action? Arguably, it was by coming together as citizens and suspending our other differences in the 20th century that people managed to keep their governments somewhat accountable. Consider too the challenges highlighted in postmodern literatures. Critics of postmodernism have sometimes obscured the subtlety of much postmodern thought and, rather than engage with the many different trends found within it, have tended to conflate a whole spectrum of thought into one position. For example, from a Marxist perspective, Alex Kallinikis claims that postmodern thought, by which he means Derrida and Foucault, is ahistorical and that it obscures important, revolutionary events. His criticism ignores important debates about history within postmodernism. To give two examples, Frederick Jameson draws on Marxist categories to give us a cultural history of late industrialism based on the idea that the forces of production have captured the cultural sphere. Zygmunt Bauman considers whether we have arrived at a point where we have moved beyond Marx's categories of development and thus need new ones. 37 These arguments have considerable force, and it is very likely that contemporary political theorists searching for inspiration in anarchist or syndicalist thought might find themselves confronted with a set of categories that seem outmoded. Nonetheless, there is good reason for contemporary political theory to engage more openly with both the anarchist and syndicalist traditions. The examples we do have of such engagement suggest that this could be a rich resource for new perspectives. 38 Both the recent turn in contemporary political theory discussed here and this older tradition attempt to distinguish a deeper, real politics from our everyday, state-dominated political models. In addition, both perspectives attempt to define representation and membership in ways that go beyond territorial boundaries, though the functional groups they focus on have shifted. Closer comparisons between these positions could generate further progress and deflect future criticism that ignores the significance of their differing historical contexts. Jason Royce Lindsay received his PhD from Columbia University and is currently Associate Professor of Political Science at St. Cloud State University in Minnesota. His specialization is contemporary political theory, though he also studies the politics of Eastern Europe and travels there extensively. Email: jrlindsay@stcloudstate.edu. The author would like to thank the panel participants for comments on an earlier version of this paper presented at the first annual conference of the Anarchist Studies Network, Loughborough University, September 4–6, 2008. The Anarchist Aphorist, Wild End. Gottesman, Paradox and Subversion. Christian Williams. Abstract. This article begins by comparing a selection of J.M. Gottesman's aphorisms, from his column in Mother Earth, to those of Oscar Wilde. It then examines the structure of the paradox, and considers the properties that make it so characteristic of Wilde's thought and so attractive to anarchists more generally. Influences on Wilde's rhetorical style are identified, and the subjective effect his paradoxes create in the minds of readers is described. Part 1. J.M. Gottesman wrote an occasional column for Emma Goldman's paper, Mother Earth, titled simply Aphorisms. The column usually served as filler, closing the gap between the end of an article and the bottom of the page. However, Gottesman's first contribution, appearing in August 1906, filled the entire page on its own. It read, in its entirety: 1. If you pretend to be good, the world takes you very seriously; if you do it, it laughs at you. Such is the stage of civilization at which we have arrived. 2. There is nothing in the world like a good government. It is a thing nobody knows anything about. 3. The basis of every commercial exposure nowadays is an absolute criminal certainty. 4. Modern education consists in knowing everything, except what is worth knowing. Anarchist Studies 18.2 Copyright 2010 ISSN 09763393 www.lwbooks.co.uk/journals/Anarchist Studies. 101. 5. There is only one thing worse than a bad government, that is a good government. 6. Governments are so cowardly. They outrage everything that is sweet and beautiful in men, and are afraid of the world's tongue. 7. The most obvious things in life are the most difficult things for the people to discover. 8. Survival of the fittest, what a misleading phrase. Survival of the vulgarist would be better. 9. The only possible morality is to have none. 10. The most dangerous things in life are those that have the truest intellectual value. 11. People believe in a government of the people, by the people, and for the people, because they have always believed in the incredible. 1. I have numbered them here, for the sake of convenience. If any of these sound familiar, it is because they are, with one exception, adaptations of the phrases and philosophies of Oscar Wilde. Here are the originals. 1. If you pretend to be good, the world takes you very seriously. If you pretend to be bad, it doesn't. Such is the astounding stupidity of optimism. Lady Windermere's Fan, Act I, page 422. 2. 2t Here's nothing in the world like the devotion of a married woman. It's a thing no married man knows anything about. Lady Windermere's Fan, Act 3, 451. 3. The basis for every scandal is an immoral certainty. The Picture of Dorian Gray, 147. 4. Education is an admirable thing, but it is well to remember from time to time that nothing that is worth knowing can be taught. The Critic as Artist, 1114, repeated in A Few Maxims for the Instruction of the Overeducated, 1242. 5. Really, now that the House of Commons is trying to become useful, it does a great deal of harm. An Ideal Husband, Act I, 518, there is one thing much worse than no art, and that is bad art, the decorative arts, 932. 6. Men are such cowards. They outrage every law in the world and are afraid of the world's tongue. Lady Windermere's Fan, Act 3, 446. 7. Women have a wonderful instinct about things. They can discover everything except the obvious. An Ideal Husband, Act 2, 535. 8. As for modern journalism, it justifies its own existence by the great Darwinian principle of the survival of the vulgarist. The Critic as Artist, 1114. 10. An idea that is not dangerous is unworthy of being called an idea at all. The Critic as Artist, 1141. 11. Democracy means simply the bludgeoning of the people by the people for the people. The Soul of Man under Socialism, 1182. The world is simply divided into two classes, those who believe the incredible, like the public, and those who do the improbable. A Woman of No Importance, Act 3, 497. The great majority of these, all except the fifth, eighth, and the second part of number 11, appeared in a single volume, which borrowed its title from Wilde's name in exile, Sebastian Melmoth. Published in 1904 by Arthur L. Humphreys, the book included 131 pages of Wilde's aphorisms, followed by his essay titled, in this version, The Soul of Man, originally, The Soul of Man under Socialism. It seems very likely that Gottesman lifted the aphorisms from this volume as both misquote Dorian Gray, in number 3, above, by adding the same word, absolute 3 the missing item, number 9, which to my ear is the most Wildean of the lot, is not Wilde at all, so far as I could discover. It may be an inversion of Pascal, there is no shame except in having none for, or else an adaptation from Claude Bernard, the best philosophical system is to have none at all. 5. On the other hand, Wilde did say, no artist has ethical sympathies. An ethical sympathy in an artist is an unpardonable mannerism of style. 6. The point of this exercise is not to convict Gottesman of plagiarism, or even simply to remark on Wilde's influence among anarchists of the generation following his own, but rather to note how readily the phrases adapt themselves to the anarchist cause. One comes to suspect that there was already an element of anarchy at work in these sayings of Wilde's, both in the form of contradiction and in the tone of sheer contrariness. Wilde wrote in De Profundis that what the paradox was to me in the sphere of thought, perversity became to me in the sphere of passion. 7. Thus linking paradox to his dissident sexuality, to his criminality, and by implication, to his individualism. Perhaps this comparison ought not be surprising, as Wilde's aphorisms, his sexuality, and his politics were all, in their way, exercises in inversion. George Woodcock went so far as to suggest, in the title of his study of Wilde, that the man himself represented a kind of paradox. 8. Wilde's love of the paradox and his aphorist style derive from diverse influences, which are themselves quite anarchic. Jerusha McCormick cites, on the one hand, the Irish bull, a kind of verbal bluffing that keeps the form of logic, while outraging reason and bringing it to a violent halt. 9, and on the other, the influence of the Taoist philosopher Chuang-Tzu, 10, whom Wilde described as something more than a metaphysician and an illuminist. He sought to destroy society, and combined the passionate eloquence of a Rousseau with the scientific reasoning of a Herbert Spencer. 11. Some of those who knew Wilde personally cited the influence of the anarchist Pierre-Joseph Proudhon. Thomas Bell commented, regarding the soul of man under socialism, in so far as the style in it had any origin other than his Wilde's own genius, it is surely that of the great French master of the epigram and the paradox, of the man who in reply to the query "Tu es ce que la propriété," declared "La propriété c'est l'ével sig 12." Proudhon's line, "What is property? Property is theft," is one that, Robert Sherard tells us, Wilde was fond of quoting to justify his own generosity. 13. In Wilde's aphorisms, the politics were more a matter of form than subject. In rewriting them, Gottesman set out to better align these two aspects, to match the means and the ends. Some he rewrote for, usually ill-advised, stylistic reasons, inverting the meaning of at least one, but others he reformulated to direct Wilde's witticism against a new target. He was not alone in this practice. In 1906, the same year as the first aphorisms column in Mother Earth, Norma Lorimer wrote in By the Waters of Carthage, the amalgamation of great powers. I wish the survival of the fittest did not generally mean the survival of the vulgarist. 14. On the whole, the revisions are inferior to the originals. Too often, Gottesman blunts Wilde's wit. Besides which, the originals, read carefully, criticize and challenge some of the most important assumptions and institutions of Victorian society: democracy, marriage, schooling, the press, and especially, morality. Redirecting these barbs to go against government or commercial exposure is, it turns out, strangely redundant. Yet in his first play, Vera, or the Nihilists, Wilde has one of his characters say, "I think little of pen and ink in revolutions. One dagger will do more than 100 epigrams." 15. But the anarchist John Barlas, who once fired a revolver at the House of Commons simply to show my contempt, 16, flipped this ranking with a metaphor. He compared Wilde's paradoxes to a dagger whose hilt is crusted with jewels, and whose point drips with the poison of the bourgeois. He has stabbed all our proverbs, and our proverbs rule us more than our kings. 17. As a mode of expression, the paradox is almost inherently subversive. It does not only undermine our social conventions and usual expectations, but also turns logic against itself. The paradox inverts hierarchies and destroys dichotomies. It explodes unitary notions or systems of thought, breaking them into inconsistent and opposing fragments, and it resolves contradictions with nonchalance and reconciles opposites with irony. It defies rationality, morality, and propriety, it follows no laws but its own, and it legislates only to make transgressions possible. It reduces common sense to uncommon nonsense, and common nonsense to uncommon sense. Oscar Wilde's proverbs may, sometimes, be nonsensical, but they are not gibberish. They have a grammar, a structure that produces or defeats meaning, sometimes simultaneously. They work against our usual assumptions and expectations by reversing whatever it is we feel the sentence ought to be saying. The best set up these expectations themselves, and then knock them down, all within the course of a couple dozen words. Some achieve this effect by altering an existing truism, often by as little as a single word, or by keeping the key phrase intact but changing the subject. Moderation is a fatal thing, operates by the one method, nothing succeeds like excess, by the other 18. Many of Wilde's phrases simply implode. They take the form of bold assertions that deny the obvious or contradict themselves. They offer no counter-truth to the orthodoxy, no new doctrine on which to stand. For example, it is only the unimaginative whoever invents is obviously false. 19. But by its very absurdity it seems to call into question the meaning of the words, and our usual understanding of originality and creativity. The significance of such a phrase lies in its pure negation. This kind of nonsense does, in a word, the unthinkable, and thus produces thought. It interrupts our catechismic recitations, it forces its audience to a place beyond belief, to outrage, befuddlement, or laughter, and the only path back to the world of fact, of true and false, is through thought. George Bernard Shaw said of the audience to an ideal husband, "They laugh angrily at his epigrams, like a child who is coaxed into being amused in the very act of setting up a yell of rage and agony." 20. We laugh at Wilde's quips and jests, when we do, because we know he is being silly. But we also laugh because we recognize something of the truth in what he says. And it's hard to gauge which surprises us more. Paradox is the enemy of doctrine. Though it may be quoted or imitated, the paradox is really the very opposite of the cliché. It works for surprise, or else it fails. Wilde's do not fail. As familiar as many of his phrases have become, there is still something in them that knocks us off balance. They ought not to make any sense, but then they do, or else they seem to, and then they don't quite. One's never really sure what he means, or whether he means anything. It's playful nonsense, a sort of logical, or illogical, headstand. But also, for just a moment, doesn't it look as though it's the world that is upside down? Wilde's inversions and paradoxes, those tiny bombs he hurls at rationality, are a little like Zen koans. And that moment when your mind turns over and the world seems wrong, and your feet seem to dangle in the sky, that is the moment of enlightenment. The way of paradoxes is the way of truth, Henry Wotton says in Dorian Gray. To test reality we must see it on the tightrope. When the verities become acrobats we can judge them. 21. Ernest Newman reversed this metaphor in his literary appreciation of Wilde, describing the reading of paradoxes is a performance in which the audience is made to dance on the tightrope, while the acrobat enjoys their unsophisticated antics. 22. The truth and the audience share this in common, the paradox puts them in peril, and makes them dance. Wilde understood the force of language, but precisely because he was its master, he understood its dangers and its weaknesses as well. And so when he pitted his rhetorical skills against the institutions of society, he did so in a way that was curiously difficult to reverse. One might bring facts to bear against facts, or use arguments against arguments, but how can one refute an epigram like "philanthropic people lose all sense of humanity"? 23. One can contradict it, of course. But the more shocking proposition is always the stronger. Oscar Wilde did not often argue for anything. He did not often argue at all. It is only the intellectually lost who ever argue. 24. And a man who allows himself to be convinced by an argument is a thoroughly unreasonable person. 25. Wilde, instead, as often as not, used the language against itself, deflating the rhetoric of law and morality, and warning against turning nomina into noumena. 26, or names into gods. Thanks are owed to Emily Jane Dawson, Ruth Kinna, Barry Pateman, Aaron Schlosser, and Adam Warner, for their comments on this essay. Thanks also to the Ludwig Vogelstein Foundation and the Institute for Anarchist Studies, for their support of my research. Mark Levine is an unusual researcher. Having completed the solid, well-researched, and critical work, Overthrowing Geography, Jaffa, Tel Aviv, and the Struggle for Palestine, 2005, he then turned from his word processor to pick up an electric guitar, and to document a 5-year journey through 16 Muslim countries. While Overthrowing Geography was a work of which any scholar could feel proud, Heavy Metal Islam is markedly more original, more edgy, and probably of greater long-term value. It opens a window on aspects of contemporary Muslim society which are normally so emphatically ignored that many pages of this work deserve the label "This should not happen." Levine situates his topic as a curious byproduct of the Janus-faced nature of globalization, p. 6. Globalization has tremendous power to dominate diverse cultures. In Morocco, claims Levine, porn movies outsell jihadi videos, p. 48. But the process is not simply homogenizing and negative. In policed, conservative Muslim societies, the Internet provides the basis for informal social networks away from the authorities' control, p. 88. Globalization may have brought Baywatch, late-night German softcore porn, and Britney Spears to the Middle East, but it has also brought Al Jazeera, Iron Maiden, and Tupac Shakur, p. 7. First carried in the overnight bags by flight attendants, heavy metal cassettes and CDs have entered and circulated in Muslim societies with surprising rapidity. Here, Levine reminds us of some basic points. Many Muslims are astonishingly familiar with some strange aspects of Western culture. Are we to understand such points simply as another variant of cultural asymmetry, whereby the poor and marginalized try to imitate the dominant? Levine himself has to laugh when an Egyptian metalhead walks over to him and proudly boasts that he has just finished his 13th beer, just like back in the USA. How many times in high school had friends and bandmates announced a similarly ludicrous accomplishment? It seems that metalheads are truly the same the world over, p. 98. Or, as Levine argues elsewhere, does the growing Muslim metal scene suggest something else? What does heavy metal sound like to a Muslim audience? Levine proposes two principal answers to these questions. The first is a pragmatic one, which says nothing about the intrinsic quality of heavy metal music. In the Middle East and North Africa, metal and rap fans are converting their musical communities into spaces where they can carve out a bit of autonomy, if not freedom, within which they can imagine alternatives to the status quo, p. 11. The music's unusual and distinctive qualities mark it out as non-mainstream. Young, critical, discontented voices adhere to it. Levine carefully avoids romantic glamorization. The majority of the fans are male and relatively privileged. This musical culture's apparent immorality makes it dangerous to young women in conservative societies. But Levine also proposes a second, more challenging answer. Here, he cites Rita Zine, a veteran of the Moroccan metal scene. We play heavy metal because our lives are heavy metal, p. 14. The violent, war-laden themes of the music fit easily with the daily logic of many young Muslims' lives. Moreover, the music is not simply an alien import. The creativity and autonomy it demands from young musicians resemble the older patterns of cultural autonomy traced out by Sufi mystics, and Levine's work notes a crisscrossing structure of influence, inspiration, and counter-influence between heavy metal and Sufism in the countries he visits, exemplified in the Sufi rock that is growing in Pakistan, p. 215. Levine's chapters present snapshot pictures of Morocco, Egypt, Israel/Palestine, Lebanon, Iran, and Pakistan, sketching out the intricate and infinitely peculiar interrelationship between the heavy metal underground and the general more powerful Islamist oppositional movements. While Egyptian and Iranian metal is firmly dismissed by the authorities as satanic, rap, curiously, benefits from a certain toleration, and can be sung in Arabic, p. 78. While conservative Palestinians generally disapprove of metal, and Hamas has banned hip-hop in Gaza, p. 128, there is a degree of sympathy for these forms in the more cosmopolitan city of Ramallah. Palestinian rapper Boycott comments, 90% of what I rap is political because 80% of life in Palestine is political, p. 110. Here, Levine identifies an intriguing synthetic spirit, as Palestinian musical traditions are grafted onto hip-hop, and as rappers mix English and Arabic rhymes. After a moment of wall-bridging fusion, however, Palestinian and Israeli hip-hop have tended to separate, with hip-hop providing an aggressive, nationalist soundtrack to an Israeli working-class audience, p. 126. In Iran, heavy metal is more rooted in the values of the opposition. The mullahs celebrate violence, the metalheads critique it, p. 185. Yet this underground movement also exists in dynamic interplay with the dominant forms of the Islamic Republic. Their tiny, micro shows are truly disorienting, almost like religious experiences, the perfect antidote to the hyper-ritualized, formulaic, and in-your-face Islam propagated by the Islamic State, p. 191. Inevitably, these rapid, highly focused studies come to resemble some peculiar form of alternative tourism, in which Levine seems to seek out the grotesque and the marginalized. But something greater also emerges from them. Levine is a sensitive, perceptive, and genuinely interested participant observer, who successfully manages to communicate his enthusiasm for his subject without demanding agreement from his reader. He is also generally quite cautious in his judgments, and always avoids overgeneralizations on the lines of "so now we can see that Islam is XXX." Certainly his method of inquiry is praiseworthy and really quite subtle. He always acknowledges that he is analyzing one strand within a wider constellation of forces. The point which rightly intrigues Levine is the sense of community that he senses in each country he visits. While the pattern is not the same in each country, Levine does see similar concerns and situations. His book ends on a moment of hope, which perhaps inevitably refers back to the great Muslim utopia itself. However fleetingly, a pan-Islamic metal ummah had come into being, one that most Medalians see little chance of building in their home countries, p. 258. Levine's heavy metal Islam inevitably provokes comparison with a similar study of the fusion of cultures, this time located in the USA and concerned with Islam and punk. Michael Muhammad Knight's The Takwakaris is a distinctive and memorable fictional thought experiment. The work has an unusual history. Knight originally intended it as a type of elegy, mourning the impossibility of a fusion. Yet, as Oscar Wilde observed, life imitates art. It's probably an exaggeration to say that this book created a movement. It's closer to the truth to note that Takwakaris crystallized and illustrated existing tensions and initiatives on the wilder edges of Islam, and gave them a voice. However, let's begin at the beginning. Takwakari is an invented, portmanteau word, taking the Islamic term taqwa, fear, awe, or love for God, and fusing it with the suffix inevitably fixed to any of a myriad of youth cultural/musical/political currents. But Islam and punk? How can this be? Knight's answer is wonderfully eloquent, and worth quoting at length. Inevitably I reached the understanding that this word punk does not mean anything tangible like tree or car. Rather, punk is like a flag, an open symbol. It only means what people believe it means. I stopped trying to define punk around the same time I stopped trying to define Islam. They aren't so far removed as you'd think. Both began in tremendous bursts of truth and vitality but seem to have lost something along the way. Both are viewed by outsiders as unified, cohesive communities when nothing can be further from the truth. I could go on, but the most important similarity is that, like punk, Islam is itself a flag, an open symbol representing not things, but ideas. You cannot hold punk or Islam in your hands. So what could they mean besides what you want them to? p. 7. As for the book itself, well, Knight is no Tolstoy. The work follows the recognized tropes of alienated youth literature that can be traced back to On the Road. It is set in Buffalo, USA, among the coldest Muslims on the fucking planet, p. 203. There is a familiar, fin de siècle feel to the descriptions of filthy communal houses, where the floor is littered with cigarette ends, used joints, empty beer cans and broken glass. As is commonplace in such writing, shit and fuck are used almost as punctuation marks, pock-marking every second sentence. The narrative is grindingly slow. But, the work has real power. There are a couple of excruciatingly awkward sex scenes in the first third of the work. At first, I thought this was due to the author's incompetence, but now it seems clear that these are intended as a type of anti-porn, probably a more closely realistic means for evoking young people's first sexual experiences than the monotonous superlatives of pornographic cliché. And, as one perseveres with the work, it becomes clearer that Knight really is presenting a philosophical commentary on tendencies within Islam, ranging from strict Puritanism to, once again, a Sufi-inspired libertarian cosmopolitanism. Within the work there is also a serious attempt to evaluate the prospects of a Muslim feminism, and a genuinely inspired debate between two male protagonists who question why Rabia, the novel's Burqat Riot Grrrrl heroine, chooses to cover her face. She doesn't wear it for the notion that it's sunnah, we know that much, and she doesn't wear it because her family is really strict, and I don't think she wears it for some Islamo-feminist gesture. So I don't know why. Fasik interrupted me only with a suddenly active, alert silence that felt as though he would say something. He looked at me and said it. Ever have a day when you didn't want people looking at you? Yeah, I replied, I guess so. Is that why she wears it? I don't know, he said with a puff then dramatic exhale. But that's why I'd wear it, p87. Rabia is one of the novel's most memorable characters, in the narrative, but not of it, dispensing a caustic and accurate criticism of Islamo-patriarchy, yet absent from much of the main narrative, which is closer to an all-male, coming-of-age novel. As the novel progresses, the household's improvised Friday prayer meetings, followed by punk thrash orgy in the evening, grow more familiar and more eloquent. The novel, in the best sense of the word, is profoundly educational, a lesson in a dream. It comes with an over-abbreviated glossary of Muslim clichés to aid the inexperienced, but unfortunately we're left to ourselves when faced with the far more bewildering cacophony of punk, neo-punk, post-punk, quasi-punk and punkish musical cultures. The taquackeries themselves finally appear towards the end of the novel. There's a nice reversal of the iconography of 1976, while the Sex Pistols would occasionally sport swastikas, so the taquackeries wear Star of David patches. If this is Muslim punk, and our community and audience is all fucking Muslim, what symbol's more unsettling than the Star of fucking David? P207. The novel crashes to a tragic conclusion in a well-crafted explosion of sex, violence, and transgression, a scene which contains something to offend everyone, in the best tradition of punk. Punk, metal, and Islam, neither of these works suggests a happy, comfortable, stable, successful synthesis. But both pinpoint, with accuracy and eloquence, zones of tension. Both provide important, useful, if provisional, lessons. Both argue, forcefully, that the postmodern world is far more complex than the simple clichés of war against terror and eternal jihad. And both suggest that marginalist Muslims will be speaking more in the future, more frequently, more expressively, and more confidently. Sharif Jemi. School of Humanities and Social Sciences, University of Glamorgan. The resurgence in anarchy and anarchism during the last decade has inspired contemporary anarchist studies, an introductory anthology of anarchy in the academy. The editors write, this anthology seeks to document the growing interest in anarchism as it is expressed through scholarly work, p1. It is a modest objective that this recommendable volume achieves. What distinguishes this anthology is a critically self-conscious perspective. The contributors are intellectuals who think and write about anarchy and anarchism while frequently engaging in a meta-analysis of their scholarship and vocation. The book is organized according to 5 themes: theory, methodologies, pedagogy, praxis, and the future. The theory section addresses power, postmodernism, race, violence, and economics. Alejandro de Acosta's meta-theoretical interrogation of anarchist theory and Eric Buck's argument for an anarchist economics are particularly valuable. The methodology section is provocatively instructive. In particular, qualitative methods, including participant observation and ethnography, are lauded in this part. Furthermore, the importance of affinity, emotion, and relational ethics are cited as integral to any research model. Aside from the specific methodological recommendations, the contributors speak to how intellectual anarchists reconcile their values with the regimentation of social science. It is a commendable attempt that may unsettle academics unsympathetic to anarchism, as the inclusion of a chapter by David Graeber insinuates. The pedagogy section seeks to explore what anarchism can offer towards envisioning new pedagogical forms and educational experiences, p123. This is an important topic worthy of its own book. Several good, if general, suggestions are proposed and discussed, including, a postmodern approach to truth, pedagogic spaces organized according to horizontal democracy, an epistemological equality regarding knowledge production and an overall critical pedagogy. Stephen Shikaitis' exceptional chapter grapples with the challenge of realizing anarchist pedagogy in the academy. He persuasively argues that all too often academic courses on anarchy becomes an endless rehashing of the deeds and ideas of bearded 19th-century European males, p. 169, when they ought to be spaces for the elaboration of ideas and knowledges useful to further developing anarchist politics, p. 169. Hence Shikaitis argues against a distinct area of anarchist studies and for an approach to education based on creating undercommons and enclaves within multiple disciplines and spaces, p. 167. The praxis section begins with Derek Shannon's question, how do we exist simultaneously as radicals and academics? p. 184. His recollections on being an anarchist scholar underscore the challenges of that vocation. Subsequent chapters highlight consonances between anarchism and animal liberation, Christian scripture, the alter globalization movement, punk rock, and environmentalism. Jeffrey S. Juris' essay, which explores the links between classic anarchist praxis and contemporary anti-corporate globalization activism in Barcelona, p. 211, is especially effective at connecting anarchism with contemporary politics. Each contributor struggles, with varying success, to demonstrate the relevance of anarchist ideas to pressing political issues. Yet Shannon's question remains vexing. The concluding section speculates about the future of anarchy and anarchism. Uri Gordon confidently argues that the already unfolding trajectory of global capitalism's collapse will continue to instigate anarchist politics, p. 249. Ruth Kinna and Alex Pritchard argue that anarchists have, in the post-World War II period, accepted critiques of anarchism that are simply inaccurate, p. 270. Their argument, worthy of a book-length treatment, seeks to disabuse anarchists of their misconceptions about anarchy's historical failures that appear to foreclose on its future. Thus they argue for a return to the theoretical and historical insights offered by the early anarchists, p. 277. While there is a danger of reinforcing the problematic association of anarchy with utopia, Peter Seaforth and Randall Emster use their respective concluding chapters to subvert that association by emphasizing the practicality of anarchy. Many of the essays are briefer than their subject merits. But this is a minor criticism, born of an interested reader's desire to know more. Some pertinent topics are, however, overlooked: implications of anarchy for democratic theory, historical evidence of anarchist societies, evolutionary evidence supporting anarchist arguments about cooperativeness, leadership in anarchist organizations. Readers are advised to supplement their reading of contemporary anarchist studies with other comparable volumes, including New Perspectives on Anarchism, Lexington Books, 2010. Research scholars will find this anthology a useful departure point for further study. Teacher scholars will find this anthology useful for undergraduate and graduate courses in politics, sociology, and anthropology, among others. Teacher activists will learn some useful tactics for melding anarchist practice with academic pedagogy. And all readers will discover that anarchy and anarchism are once again on the world stage. Jeffrey D. Hilmer, Northern Arizona University. Revolutionary syndicalism had its heyday in the first 2 decades of the 20th century, but has had a lasting influence on ideas and activism within labor movements around the world, particularly in Southern Europe and the English-speaking world. Ralph Darlington, whilst acknowledging the militancy and power of syndicalism and its authenticity as the voice of the working class of the period, views the movement from a Marxist perspective in seeing its weakness as residing in a failure to develop a strategy for political power. This is a well-researched book, albeit rather uneven in its coverage, with Spain and Italy, and to some extent Ireland, receiving sketchier treatment than the better-known French, British, and U.S. movements. The first part of the book seeks to define revolutionary syndicalism and in doing so covers ground which is already fairly well trodden. Darlington draws heavily on the typology of syndicalist movements developed by Marcel van der Linden and Wayne Westergaard Thorpe, and builds on their article with local contextualization rather than reworking it. In this account, revolutionary syndicalism is above all a militant working class movement, and its strength lies in its authenticity as the expression of worker unrest, as seen in the upsurge of strike activity at the beginning of the 20th century. Aspects which are less well covered, but treated by other authors elsewhere, are the link between revolutionary syndicalism and anti-militarism, and the relationship between syndicalism and specific forms of capitalist production. The second part of the book feels more original and closer to the author's own Marxist perspective, as he acknowledges in the bridging prologue. Yet curiously it also feels more telescoped and underdeveloped. It would have been interesting to see a fuller exploration of the syndicalists' divisions over war and the 1917 Russian Revolution. Some syndicalist leaders came to agree with the communist leaders about the limitations of syndicalism, principally, the lack of strategies for dealing with state repression following strikes and therefore the weakness of the central tactic of the general strike, and joined the party, but such transitions to communism tended to be short-lived, although they had a more lasting impact in the case of the British shop stewards movement. Unfortunately, discussion of such cases is very brief, 12 pages in the last chapter. As it is, viewing events from the Comintern perspective tends to deprive the story of local context and the ideological, personal, and organizational dilemmas that marked the syndicalists' political journeys during this period. There is a useful review of the early years of the Comintern, in line with Richard Hyman's analysis, and a good sense of the difficult relationship between the communists and syndicalists, through reference to original articles, speeches, and minutes. The discussion of the debates around trade unions versus workers' councils or Soviets is also lively, but frustratingly brief. This is at the heart of the debate here about the role of trade unions as an expression of the tensions of capitalist production, or the potential basis for workers' self-organization in a post-capitalist economy. The bulk of the analysis in the last section consists of a review of the arguments of Comintern leaders and Trotsky and Gramsci, criticizing syndicalism for its economism and its lack of recognition of the need for political leadership. In these terms the discussion feels relentlessly one-sided, and an opportunity to explore syndicalists' dilemmas is not taken up. There is more to say about the relationship between syndicalists and communists during this period, although Darlington's book makes a thought-provoking contribution. Susan Milner, University of Beth. In the south of Mexico lies the state of Oaxaca, poor, exploited and seemingly unremarkable. Then, in 2006, state government forces brutally attacked striking teachers. This outraged the populace and triggered an uprising that shows the capacity of communities for self-organization in the most difficult circumstances. In Oaxaca, the government had long been both corrupt and repressive. The people's uprising challenged both the corruption and the repression. The initial response was defending the teachers. Support for them increased dramatically after they were attacked. This soon evolved into challenges to government functions and setting up people's alternatives. Most local government officials were pawns of the corrupt state governor. The people set up their own organization, a people's assembly. The police neglected their normal duties. Many of them joined plainclothed paramilitaries who threatened, beat, and shot at people at the barricades. So the people set up a de facto police force, to defend protesters and deal with common criminals. The book Teaching Rebellion tells the story of the Oaxaca people's movement in a highly engaging and informative fashion. The bulk of the book is 24 personal stories told by participants. The editors have done a wonderful job in grouping and editing these stories so that each individual voice is distinctive, yet the collective picture of events comes through very clearly. The stories are grouped chronologically and thematically, with perspectives from different sectors of the community successively presented, for example artists, technicians, journalists, and priests. To take an example, one of the perspectives presented in the book is that of women, who had long been oppressed in Oaxaca. The popular mobilization empowered women to oppose both state government repression and local patriarchy. On one occasion, women were called on to join a march and bring along pots and pans for making noise. The women spontaneously decided to take over the radio station, which was a propaganda tool of the government. For 3 weeks, they occupied the station and learned how to do broadcasting. They were assisted by many others, women and men, who provided food, childcare, and other needs. The story of the radio station occupation is told initially by Tonia, in a simple and moving fashion. The editors give a one-paragraph introduction, and then it is Tonia's story. A few excerpts. At first I didn't sympathize with the striking teachers. On the contrary, I was annoyed with the sit-in in the center and felt like the teachers just repeated the same thing every year. But everything changed after the brutal repression that the government unleashed against them. It made me put myself in their shoes. For a lot of people, the violence of June 14 was the straw that broke the camel's back. The situation in Oaxaca is unbearable. Rural communities live in extreme poverty. Yet Oaxaca is rich, full of natural resources. If it wasn't for all the money the governors are stealing, we'd be better off than the countries in the north. What really impressed me was when they started to announce the March of Pots and Pans of August 1st. How is this possible? I asked myself. I come from a village, and in a village, a woman is worth nothing. In a village a man drinks milk, a woman doesn't. She doesn't have that right. The man washes himself with soap. The woman doesn't, because she is a woman. The August 1st march was organized by a group of women who were participating in a sit-in at the finance department. When I heard on Radio Universidad that they were inviting women to a march, telling them to bring pots and pans and whatever they could use to make noise, I was the first in line, pp 131-133. The text is supplemented by numerous photos of people and events. Appealing in both content and appearance, Teaching Rebellion is a model for presenting an in-depth treatment of a people's movement through the eyes of participants. The overall story is both inspiring and distressing, inspiring in showing the people's capacity to run their own communities without rulers and distressing in the measures taken by rulers, including arrests, frame UPS, beatings and shootings, to repress the movement. Repression was the trigger for mobilization but also the key force restraining it, raising the question of how to promote self-rule without repression to ignite outrage. Given the importance of the struggle and the need to take the message to wider audiences, I could not help reflecting on the limitations of the traditional printed book for communication. This sort of high-quality material needs to be available on the web as well. Brian Martin, University of Wollongong, Australia. Max Stirner's caustic criticisms and provoking thoughts have been inspirational for both anarchists and archists, time and again. In 2008, an international symposium on what Stirner criticized and what he was criticized for was held in Lisbon. Now, most of the contributions have been published, in German, in Der Einzige, the yearbook of the Max Stirner Society. It's a pity that not all the talks were included. Scholars of anarchism will especially miss G.L. Luyken's thoughts on Stirner's influence on Gustav Landauer's communitarianism, but what made it into the book is interesting nonetheless. The collection is framed by two musings about the destructiveness of Stirner's anthropology. At the outset, J. Barata Mora reflects on the annihilation not only of all external limitations, but also of the ego itself as it consumes its life. A.B. Rukavasnikov's introduction to the Russian edition of The Ego and its own concludes the collection, also concentrating on Stirner's special view of humankind. In between, 5 articles examine the criticism Stirner delivered, while 2 focus on the criticism he attracted, and 1 sets out to criticize his anti-coercionism. This piece is extraordinary, and Saros argues that both Aristotle and Stirner are anti-coercionists, since they believe man to be able to realize the truth by himself, thus man must not be coerced into accepting morality. So far so good, but then Saros alleges that Stirner is not compatible with anarchy, in its prima facie weird definition as a chaotic tyranny of possessed communists, and that his union of egoists is bound to fail, because affected individuals have a twisted perspective. Instead Saros pleads for coercion through officers free of affection, allegedly known for their objectivity and fairness. Anarchists would rightly condemn the view that bureaucracy is less tyrannical than anarchy, but can nonetheless gain inspiration from the concept of anti-coercionism. Most of the articles in the yearbook deal with issues Stirner criticized. F.C. Hansel points at the Feuerbachian core of Stirner's anti-religious stance, according to which humans invent their own gods. He concludes that Stirner would approve of today's tendency of individualistic religious syncretism, but speculations like that are always problematic. In his examination of Stirner's attitudes toward ancient and modern philosophies, J. Spies asserts that Stirner was much more radical than Feuerbach and viewed religion as necessarily oppressive. Thus religion, together with modern concepts of mind and metaphysics, should be abandoned. Also, the liberal notion of freedom of press as something bestowed by the state is fiercely criticized by Stirner. Instead of asking for permission, one should appropriate the press. Approvingly readjusting Stirner's battle cry to the Internet era, J.M. Silva calls for an attack on the dominance of corporate media. An often neglected aspect of Stirner's work is his occupation as an editor and critic of classical economics. He translated and published the main works of Say and Smith. G. Senft argues that the fact that their texts sanctify power divides and economic inequalities was unbearable to Stirner, and led him to formulate an early, i.e. pre-Marxian, theory of surplus value and to advocate workers' coalitions and cooperative economics. Stirner's related thoughts on money and estate in land influenced Tucker and Gesell. M. Schumann describes Stirner's dismantling of another classical economist, namely Proudhon, whom he considered possessed by the fixed idea of common property. Saros's definition of anarchy is not so far-fetched after all. Since the first literal anarchist's understanding of property dispossesses the egoist and refers to law, Stirner rejects it outright. In comparison, George Simmel, a German sociologist who influenced Lukács, Buber, Mannheim, Bloch, and some members of the Frankfurt School, covertly appreciates Stirner's ideas and concepts. B. Cast offers an extensive collection of passages in Simmel's work that, in spite of wincing at the radicalism, were clearly inspired by Stirner. Even more in accord with Stirner is Paul Feyerabend, as B. Kramer argues. Both assail the scientific method of their times that they perceive of as dogmatic. Stirner surmounts dialectics by struggling towards a critical rationalism, which in turn is criticized by Feyerabend. The aim of this collection is to contribute not only to the history of anarchism, but to a history of ideas in general. It contains some of the most recent research on Stirner and even a new portrait painting, so it is essential reading, not only for the Stirnerites among you. Peter C. Firth. The American labor movement is in a seemingly endless spiral of decline and attrition, an unsympathetic political system, bickering union leadership and a full frontal attack by corporations have been consistently, although not always, knocking big labor over. Labor law for the rank and filer is a potential antidote to these problems, and, as such, is a ridiculously necessary book for all working people in the United States. In fact, organized labor should be ashamed that it has not created accessible works like this. Unfortunately, it is not surprising that large, bureaucratic unions are uninterested in generating a militant rank-and-file constituency within their ranks. Stoughton Lynd, a longtime civil rights activist and labor lawyer, and a strong supporter of the rank-and-file worker, wrote the first edition of this book in 1978. Since that time, many things have changed for the American labor movement, while much has, regrettably, not changed. Lynd has joined forces with Daniel Gross from the Industrial Workers of the World, IWW, to update this book for the 21st century. Lynd's approach to law has always been defensive. It is clear he does not have fuzzy, liberal assumptions about the intrinsic fairness of laws and legal avenues. Nor does he view the law as the be-all and end-all of labor action, as many technocratic unionists would assert. In fact, the subtitle of the book, Building Solidarity While Staying Clear of the Law, suggests that the law might be something worth avoiding, if possible. Instead, Lynd thinks workers ought to be knowledgeable of the law in order to avoid pitfalls when struggling against employers, and they can also use the law as one more tactic to push back with. Labor law covers pivotal labor-related legislation, such as the Norris-LaGuardia, Wagner, Fair Labor Standards, Taft-Hartley, Landrum-Griffin, and Civil Rights Acts, in each case indicating how these laws either expanded or contracted worker freedoms, sometimes doing both in one law. American jurisprudence is not just built upon the written laws, however. Thus, Lind and Gross include the many, often nuanced and even contradictory, ways in which these laws have been interpreted by courts and the main labor mediation institution, the National Labor Relations Board. Readers are offered the legal reference information for specific court decisions that they could cite to convince fellow workers of their rights or, if need be, wield them when in a conflict with an employer. The rights offered by these laws and court decisions are described by Lind and Gross as the usual legal limits of worker action. A reader could then take this knowledge and translate it into a specific campaign or strategy in their workplace. However, labor law is uninterested in merely providing a legalistic appraisal of worker rights and non-rights. Rather, the book provides a strong statement and explication of what the authors call solidarity unionism. This approach to labor struggle differs from business unionism in its emphasis upon rank and file control. As opposed to professionalized union staff control, direct action, as opposed to withholding strike threats and other direct action potential, and unionists retaining their identity and ideologies even when in non-union environments, as opposed to tolerating depoliticized workplaces. For many audiences, apart from labor militants, the strategies of solidarity unionism will likely be fresh and thought-provoking. What distinguishes this book from much IWW propaganda I have seen is the honest critique of how and when these strategies work, as well as an acknowledgement of possible weakness or failures in using these strategies. Work toil, secondary pressure, wage and hour claims, sit-ins, and occupations are all discussed, along with examples of how they have worked in the past. Important, new strategies are also developed for an age of ever-globalized capitalism, including defense of second-class workers, i.e. immigrants, and cross-border solidarity. One of the best characteristics of labor law is its clear, frank, and non-condescending tone. The authors understand that solidarity means mutual aid with others, regardless of inequalities or positions of privilege, and want their book to find its way into the hands of all manner of workers. The book is also of importance for academics, who work with and educate millions of students annually, many of whom come from working class and middle class backgrounds, and will undoubtedly continue to work in waged or salaried, non-managerial occupations. We owe it to our students to arm them not only with a theoretical understanding of the world, but also in a way that helps to further their practical self-defense, and, perhaps, with the tools to create a better, self-managed world. Labor law is an important tool in that intellectual toolkit. Dana M. Williams, Valdosta State University. As the title of this documentary, Venezuela, Revolution from the Inside Out, suggests, the contemporary political process in Venezuela attempts to rethink and remake revolution by embedding it in the experiences, histories, and theorizations of El Pueblo, the people. It is not based on implementing political and ideological models, but is rather an endogenous and diverse process whose political energy and creativity is to be found in the popular politics that animate its soul and imagination. Accordingly, the documentary takes us on a journey that engages with urban cooperatives and rural peasant movements, and develops academic analysis, movement organizer narratives and community educator perspectives. It touches therefore upon some of the powerful dynamics, processes, and forms of political creativity that mark the Bolivarian process in contemporary Venezuela. The video's diversity and movement attest to the characteristics of the political process it seeks to capture. It focuses on a number of different political experiences, including the formation of missions, social missions offering health and education to the majority poor, new institutions of state power such as the Ministry of Popular Participation, different methodologies of popular education, which build on the knowledge of local communities to break traditions of individualism and competition and replace this with collectivity and solidarity, and the construction of cooperatives that attempt To create a solidarity economy in which goods are produced for community need as opposed to profit. This takes us on a journey that manages to capture many elements of the complexity and contradictions within this ongoing political struggle. However, the documentary could be seen as working within a traditional left understanding of revolution that reinforces distinctions between political and intellectual labor and popular practices. Illustrative of this is that much of the analysis is made by academics, from Venezuela and outside of Venezuela, and community and political leaders. Thus, for example, the exclusionary history of the Punto Fijo period, 1958 to 1998, and the explosion of popular rebellion in the Caracazo of 1989 are represented through academic eyes, as opposed to this history and analysis of its role in the emergence of Chavez being constructed through a dialogue with its popular class protagonists. When the people are represented visually, they are often shown as victims of the brutality of the state. This creates an image of passivity which ignores the rich and diverse, if silenced, history of the urban and rural poor. This history is an invaluable political and intellectual resource upon which we can begin to understand the dynamics, rationalities, and political cultures that animate Venezuela's ongoing revolutionary process. When we do see El Pueblo, we are often presented with images of men working, painting and organizing the street or cutting in the fields, but not of them thinking and reflecting. Thus, even though one commentator talks of the revolution as wishing to overcome the divisions between manual and intellectual labor characteristic of capitalist social relationships and to create mass intellectuality, the film's representation of the poor seems to reinforce this division of labor in a highly gendered manner, characteristic of a way of seeing associated with the assumptions of workerist politics that dominated left political practices in the 20th century. As a result of this perspective, the contradictions within the revolution focus on the lack of consciousness and revolutionary culture of the people. Therefore, there are discussions which illustrate how cooperatives can become capitalist mini-fiefdoms, and how state funds given for projects can be used on fiestas and not political development. The existence of old politics, traditional culture, and depoliticized community present real barriers to the development of a revolution from below. However, the film's focus solely on these problematics offers us a one-sided engagement with the realities of popular class politics. It is an engagement that could be seen as disempowering of the very people that it seeks to represent. The popular classes have a varied and rich set of political traditions. In communities without a history of struggle, old politics may tend to dominate, but in communities with histories of struggle, then some of the most creative political practices are being developed, often by women who are constructing new forms of self-government based in the needs, histories, and rationalities of their communities. Indeed, some of the greatest tensions in the political process are the brakes that the state is placing on the autonomous development of such popular class forms of creativity and politicization. Venezuela, Revolution from the Inside Out takes us on a journey through the Bolivarian Revolution that engages with some of its radical processes, dynamics, and practices. It is an important contribution to the ongoing debate about the nature of this revolution. However, it is important to remember that, like any other representation, it is partial, and there are other stories, other perspectives, and other histories that need exploration if we are to develop representations which fully capture the complexity of this new type of revolution. Sarah C. Mata, Center for the Study of Social and Global Justice, University of Nottingham. Anarchist Studies 18.2. Trip York defines anarchy as a different way of being in the world. 9. The first two chapters elaborate theologically and theoretically why the Christian Church is called to precisely such a different way of being in the world, and why its mission is to come out of Babylon and reveal the radical alternative preached by Jesus. For York, the Church should engage with Babylon from a position of exile, staying faithful to its calling. The three last chapters then provide three examples which York has chosen to illustrate this vocation, each responding to one part of what Martin Luther King called the triple axis of evil: materialism, racism, and militarism. 16. Those chapters therefore narrate the story of Dorothy Day and Peter Morin, Clarence Jordan, and the Berrigan brothers, stories from which York develops a variety of personal reflections on capitalism, racism and, particularly U.S., militarism. The style of the book is appealing, and the focus on exemplars makes the journey varied and engaging. It contains plenty of interesting remarks about radical Christian discipleship, e.g. its scriptural roots, its subversive tactics, its apocalyptic message, its temptations, its effective failure, and should be articulate enough to provoke mainstream Christians into reconsidering their role, as Christians, in today's global Babylon. The book, however, is not without its weaknesses. Firstly, although the subtitle promises an account of the Christian anarchists of the 20th century, only 3 examples are given despite the many more that could have been discussed, such as Jacques Ellul, Dave Andrews, many a Tolstoyan, or quite a few Christian radicals living in intentional communities. Secondly, the application of the label Christian anarchist to Clarence Jordan, who built, in the U.S. South, a Christian community where racism was abolished, and the Berrigan brothers, stubborn plowshares activists against war and militarism, only works if the definition of anarchism is the one adopted by York. He does warn that the posture of his examples is only anarchical in the sense that the apparatus of the state was not necessary for their role as followers of Jesus. 14, York's emphasis. That might be so, but one could argue that a more direct denunciation of the state is an important prerequisite for the label, anarchist. The chapters on Jordan and the Berrigans certainly portray them as inspiring and subversive exemplars of radical Christian witness, but many might dispute their description as Christian anarchists. Part of the problem might stem from the fact that, thirdly, the book is actually addressed first and foremost to a Christian, rather than anarchist, audience. The language is Christian, the text takes traditional Christian tenets for granted, and no attempt is made to address non-Christian anarchists or to open up avenues for dialogue. The aim is to convert nominal Christians to the much more radical form of being that their Christianity calls them to. That, it does well, but the book is of more limited value beyond this intended audience. Finally, the book contains passing claims the veracity of which is far from established, such as that anarchists assume the goodness of human nature, p. 9, that anarchism is an expansion of liberalism, pp. 11-12, that the discourse of the Enlightenment is irredeemably racist, pp. 61-64, or that democratic leaders are but a reflection of our desires, p. 101. Many more comments are rigorous and interesting, but that is precisely why the few less accepted ones are unexpected. These limitations aside, this book remains an enjoyable read and an accessible introduction to several aspects of Christian anarchism and to the lives of certain Christian subversives. It probably won't convert non-Christian anarchists to Christianity, but it could go some way to converting Christians to anarchism. Alexander Christoyanopoulos, Loughborough University.